Oh,
The new
the
one.
what? The new level video?
Yeah. But the documentary or video.
Yeah. I think I could probably put it up and it wouldn't delete me. I don't think that's it, man. What did you do?
I'm being truthful. Attacking those vile creatures.
It must have been something else because they didn't. The video's still up on from the original people that put it up. So it had to be something else.
It could be maybe the comments. I was attacking liars and deceitful cunts all over YouTube. So
yeah,
maybe that's why.
Who knows?
But anyway, so
hey, so the it's the second one. The level. Maybe I can play. It can only be audio. Is it worth listening to? Because I can play it on here.
Maybe.
Or is it? I haven't actually watched. I don't think I need to watch a whole lot of Flat Earth videos anymore. I was just like, a new one came out. I was like, well, it's going to be the same shit I've seen for 8 years now.
Yeah. Gotta keep spreading the truth,
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not discouraging anyone from. I'm just saying I don't need to watch them anymore. I don't need to be convinced anymore because I've been convinced for a while now.
Have you played any from Indio's podcasts lately? The new ones, or?
Indio usually plays those. I'm trying to.
I have the link to his WordPress.
Oh yeah, Hit me up with that, and then I can pick one from that.
You can check something from there, maybe idea. Something that hasn't been played for a while, or something new. I think there's some new podcasts there lately.
Yeah, I know he's working on that. Yeah, send me a link to that because.
Yeah, I sent you.
All right, thanks, man.
DM'd.
I just got the live stream back up now. This.
Let's see. Arguments from incredulity.
Press. Ooh. Yeah, it's just like there's certain links you can play. I mean, you can play YouTube links on the bot, YouTube links, SoundCloud, and you can play these podcast links. And there's only a few type of links that you can play on the with the music bot.
Does it play MP3?
Yeah, I think original files that are uploaded to the server, you can play those, but you have to upload them and then copy the link from the server and then put it in the bot. Do you have bot permissions?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have the.
Yeah, so if you have bot commands, you can't just play it directly on the bot, with an MP3 file. You have to upload it first, as long as I think it has to be under 100 megabytes or about 100 megabytes. I think it's the max, and then you can upload it.
When it comes to where you're standing, what you're standing on.
See, yeah.
Any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of?
Oh, that's an archive. That's an archive.org link. Okay, cool. I didn't know you could play them from there too.
From what
that's cool.
People who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything.
Yeah, it comes from the archive site.
I have an account there too. That's cool.
Thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story?
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mhm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the
Well,
Earth and the universe?
if you talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got
Yeah.
to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused because you're
mean?
starting by talking about science, and then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that because like, wouldn't it be a a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
It hasn't been
not in a
tested.
scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater. all
yeah.
kinds of different things, right? Now,
Yeah,
if we
you
tell these
drew it
stories,
out.
yeah, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water. Does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
Well, we haven't proven it
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a
observed?
question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So
yes.
What in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue Marble.
All right. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo, but the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or through the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Well, actually,
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
reading up on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager
which isn't a manned spacecraft, so that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
No. I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. Wait.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you? That
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So
I was
what
gonna say
here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball
well,
that's spinning?
nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them a lot further.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you,
I
forever,
don't know.
right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with size. Yeah, things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view. as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway, and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you see.
To be able to see it. Well, yeah, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center of view and the floor appear to go up towards your center of view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be a hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is that everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 3, sorry, not 3, 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most climbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
All right, so look, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then
do
that
you
would
know what
be
do you know what the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth, smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh
definitely heard of it
criterion.
before, but, like,
So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
isn't
So
that
you imagine,
resolution?
yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend, you say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. This is right. I imagine like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm. There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface according to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. So the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Well
like,
said, Grace. Go ahead.
so it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality. And it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Oh, okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
And that's going to give you, right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So
Oh,
we have
yeah,
something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
Can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh,
okay.
no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mhm.
Now,
Yeah.
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something, right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable. Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold,
that would be a slope.
Lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
one of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all of this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they lie? 'Cause I know you're gonna have a really good answer. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You'd lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
the government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain
But
prestige.
what?
It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the
Make
United
them
States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right.
better
So
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable.
But
the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
So
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say,
ask a
just think
question.
about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on when within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
You what? You can sail wherever you want as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, I'm no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get on a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
the
or
speed.
anything like
Come
that.
on.
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like.
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But
Okay?
why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without
sworn,
her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So, you know.
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk when you're here.
You sound like you're on some
You
headphones.
listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also, worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? It can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glover logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel. So
Right, that's false.
logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, When it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Good day and welcome, guys. What's up, family? Lou, I see you. Q, I see you. And who's that other? Who's down there? Is that Yoke Smasher? Yeah, Yoke Smasher. What's up? What's going on, Lou? How you doing, man?
Second, there we go. Good morning. You hear me?
Yeah, man. You're good to go. How you been? Everything well this morning?
Yeah, just having my coffee. Daughter's having breakfast. Gonna get out there and mow the lawn in a bit, but just chilling. I was over in Geo's server. Freaking, I can't stand listening to that place anymore. I went there for a little while, but it's just filled with all them freaking. It's just all fucking used globe salesmen. Freaking just shilling.
I was there too. I was probably there right around the same time as you. I posted up the 3 facts. No one's observed the curve. Gas needs a containment device or a container. Now I'm just getting creative with my verbiage. And the spin has not been found. And then somebody quickly replied and said 3 lies. I'm like, yeah, I'm dealing with idiots.
Yeah, that all of the Globers over there, and at least half of the flat earthers over there are basically, in my opinion, none of their opinions are respectable. They're all liars and rejects from here. They've proven themselves that way. That's why they either don't want to be around here anymore or aren't allowed to be around here anymore. It's all just meant to. It's just meant to be a place or a conversation that redirects attention away from the actual flat Earth arguments.
Exactly. And one of the things I thought to myself listening to Jeremy like bumble and baffle over Eratosthenes and his shit, I thought to myself, could you imagine if Eratosthenes is actually, and again, appealed to authority on this one, but imagine he's up there in heaven looking down at us and he's thinking to himself, look at all the technology they have and they're still thinking this stupid way. If I had the technology these guys did now, I would definitely not be arriving at the same stupid conclusion I did.
Yeah, maybe, but I've never seen any evidence to suggest that Eratosthenes was even a real person.
Best part. Go ahead, talk about it, because I'm just picking up what I hear, and when all you guys are talking about the shit, like the depth of the well observation in the sun, and then obviously
well, they can't decide whether it was wells or sticks. Like
I've heard it. The places off of Discord where I've heard him, it's been a well as his first observation point, and the second observation point was a stick. But either way, it's wrong. We know this.
Now, there's even been the rare honest Glober that comes in. There's even been a small number of them who've come in, and even one in particular brought up on his own when asked about Eratosthenes. He was like, "Well, if the man existed at all."
Yep. Heard that. And again, it's an appeal to authority, right? Anytime you have somebody that's in a position where they're like, yes, I did this, you're always going to be going to that person to ask them about the details of the shit that they did, how they arrived at that bullshit conclusion that they did. Oh, you assumed that the world was moving. Oh, you assumed that the sun was stationary. Oh, the assumptions that you made, you're such an ass.
Yeah, the part that was just kind of boggling my mind there is I'm just kind of getting tired of hearing Jeremy constantly freaking praising Kosho and got flat earthers. We got to get together on this and get our data and give it to Kosho so he can check it for us.
Isn't that an appeal to authority as well?
Dude, right? Because Kosho's the honest Glober, over there. That let's just make sure that we've run everything through him first. He's going to give us a fair and balanced opinion.
Exactly. Why do I have to appeal to another man even to vet something that I deem to be worthy that I'm willing to stand on? Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, grow the fuck up.
Don't get me wrong. As far as Globers go, Kosho is... I don't mind him as much, you know, but like, yeah, I'm not gonna run to him to see if I'm right about the Earth being flat.
That's my point. That's my point. Right? It's like I heard. Well, I'm not even bothering name dropping. It's pointless. But I heard one of the flat earthers say, "I had an idea and I presented it to again one of the guys that are big in the flat Earth movement, right? And he backed him up. And I thought to myself, great. But you have to also realize that if you, in your own mental, have entertained an idea and you can back up this idea, then why do you have to get somebody else to back you up? You should be able to just like say, hey, I think the gas requires a container because XYZ. I don't have to get somebody else to back me up. Fuck that shit. But anyways, digressing. Still drinking coffee. Yum yum. How do you take your coffee out of here?
No, the thing is that all those guys over there, they're not any kind of authority or anything. They're actors. They're all there just playing their part. They are the anti-flat earther role. That is their role. Always, never break your freaking role. Like that's.
Yep.
You cannot have an honest conversation with those people.
Nope. They'll be always stuck in their place of looking at it, and that's the other question. Is like, are they stuck on not seeing the truth, or are they just stuck on the model that they have to stick to?
It's nothing about truth. It's really just about being a keyboard warrior, time wasting, just trying to win a fight online. That's it. Like, and not necessarily using logic, caring nothing at all about truth. It's just about how you can outmaneuver your opponent.
Isn't it always? They're always playing chess. Right, they're all mentally running from a question. They're interesting people. What's his face? Crap, what was his name? That wasn't here yesterday. I think it was 40. Yeah, 40. Were you in last?
Yeah,
night?
I was listening to some of that. Yeah, and I'm familiar with him from over there also. He was around here a long time ago too. I think he was at one time banned from here.
Shit.
Yeah, I was listening. Anyway, continue.
No, I was just saying it's you when you know, I asked him like, as like just a point to even speak on. We don't even have to talk about the subject at hand, but I asked him about gravity and the fact that, you know, why is it that you guys choose to start looking and paying attention to something when it's like halfway through its performance? It's like you're going to walk into the show or the movie at the halfway point and be like, okay, what happened? Fill me in, right? Or you're just going to base your idea of the movie completely on the halfway point. It's an hour and a half long. You walked in at 45 minutes and you're basing your entire idea of the movie by watching the midpoint to the end and drawing your conclusion, which is how I feel about gravity. I feel like the object's in motion and you're deciding to start commenting and observing it at that point to its conclusion, resting.
Yeah, no, right? that wasn't a bad argument. I thought you did pretty well framing it that way.
Appreciate it, thanks. And it's not cool. You can't do that. And to have him say, "I don't know," I'm like, all right, cool. It says, Jesus, thank you for saying it. Was a good point. Anytime we can at least get these guys to say, "I don't know," I think it's a win in our books. Damn it.
But yeah, I just get frustrated with listening to that nonsense. Like they I shouldn't be talking crap about the sister servers and stuff, but whatever, man. They try to like present that place like a better alternative to Gems, but it's not. It's just Gems 2.0. That's what it is.
That exactly. You okay. Here is a working example, and I'm not throwing shade at anybody. This is just an honest observation. Again, we were chatting about something. Gregory came in last night, and he was like, "Guys, I was just over in Geo's server, right?" And Kosho was talking about blah blah blah, whatever. And it was just the idea that they were throwing around, and Gregory's like, "What the fuck?" He came in here to literally ground himself because they were entertaining madness, and he literally, it sounded like he, you know, Oh, two, he needed to come in here just to confirm that he was not going crazy. And those are the times, like when I'm at work and somebody asks me a stupid question, and I say stupid just like openly, and in your mental, you actually second guess yourself. You know what I'm saying? You start asking, well, wait a second, and you reassess your foundation almost, and you're like, wait, am I right about this? Yeah, I am right about this.
Yeah,
I have to go back.
Gaslighting is what it is. That's what these guys do. Like, why are you gonna? You've got an abusive, a woman's got an abusive husband who's constantly he smacks the shit out of her, but tells her how it hurts him just as much, and that he loves her so much, and that it, like that's pretty much the relationship that's going on between these people. Like if you're trying to have a relationship with your enemy, that's pretty much what they're doing to you nonstop.
That was a great lily pad. Not lily pad. That was a great parallel, man. Great example. Whereabouts are you, Lou? You're in the States, I know that, but like Midwest or something, or what?
Yeah, Milwaukee area.
Ah, cool. Love it. It's getting cold though for you guys, right?
Yeah, this time of year is the best time of year. Great weather. I like the crisp fall air. I like weather where I can wear pants and a hoodie and be comfortable. The cool mornings, but it still gets nice in the afternoons. Like, we've already dropped into the low 30s overnight a couple of times.
Yeah, we're on the Celsius front, doing. I think our high today would be like 18, which I think is probably around 60.
Well, yeah. So we've dropped to near freezing a couple of times is where we're at.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Yeah.
I love it.
But I think average temperature right now is like, I don't know, it's like a nice, like comfy, like 65, 70 degrees or something like that. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Average high for the day. Yeah.
You a basketball fan?
Not really, but I mean, it's kind of watched some of the playoffs, like jumped on the bandwagon a little bit for the Bucks.
That was my question because you guys pulled it home, right? And I know you're a big dude, so I wasn't too sure. I'm like, maybe you like basketball. Throw it out there. Yo, Julius, what's going on, man? Good day. Good to see you. Thanks for being here, man.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling.
So
you're in IT.
Oh, yeah, man, for years. End user support, it's the worst kind.
Yeah. Okay, did you remember turn your computer on this? Did you push on? Okay, let's do that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And whereabouts are you, Julius?
What's that?
Whereabouts location-wise, like states?
I'm in Iowa. I'm probably like, I'm pretty close. Well, Miggy and I are about 45, hour and 40 minutes or something apart.
That's
I'm
awesome.
in central Iowa.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, it's cool to get to engage you. How do you're always on? You just got it.
Oh, dude, I just sleep with the thing on a lot of times. I've been jumping over. I just found out about that Earth Awakening, so sometimes I'll be over there since there seems to be some more traffic sometimes, but sometimes you get a lot of those anti-flat earthers and stuff, so it's kind of hard to listen to that. I end up turning it off a lot of times.
Yeah, the one thing I found, I mean, Lou and I were just talking about EA and how it's functioning. The one thing I found is like if you engage with those guys on even in written format on text, they'll bury you. It can mess with your senses.
Yeah, it's just not cognitive dissonance going on. It's just too much. Yeah, waiting for the curve, man.
Yeah, tell me about it. We'll be waiting forever.
Not much going on. Doing some laundry.
Yep, it's chill Saturday morning here.
Yeah.
CB, what's up, homie?
Where are you at, Kiwi? Are you
Hey, good morning, guys.
Ontario.
Hey, Kiwi, where are you located at?
I'm in Canada, Ontario. I'm about 6 hours.
I knew that.
Toronto. Yeah, 6 hours north of New York.
Gotcha.
Yeah, man. It's a Saturday morning. Ain't nothing happening out this way. CB, how you doing out that way, man?
I'm good, boys. Good morning to y'all. How y'all doing?
Good.
Pretty good.
Good. Getting pressured to get off of here, though. So
we're gonna pressure you to stay now, Lou.
Oh shoot!
My daughter's gonna win.
How old is she?
She'll be 9 in November.
Oh, that's awesome. November what?
First day.
Hey, that's awesome. Scorpio. I'm 15 days after. I'm the 16th. That's awesome. Oh, birthday's in a month, man.
I'm the 27th of November.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Sagittarius.
Yes. No wonder you're in IT. That makes a lot of sense. You're all about the numbers, huh?
I don't know about all those numbers. Not a programmer by any means, but
your customer service must be on point.
Yeah. You try. Sometimes those computers can be bastards, though. Got a mind of their own.
I had my own IT experience this past week with work. We obviously like working remotely and whatnot for the last few years, but our program, we use this program called Citrix as our handshake. So I'll log into Citrix, and that program will get into the work environment.
That's like a virtual desktop, or like
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. A remote desktop.
People virtualize the shit out of everything nowadays, like servers and stuff.
Exactly. But the big thing is, I sat there for a couple hours with IT, and he's trying to figure out the issue with the system. And right at the beginning, he's like, we said, I said, we should think about updating the software. And he's like, no, the pop-up would have said, the software needs to be updated. 4 hours later, we ended up updating the software, and it worked fine. Like, always make sure you're on the latest version of the software. That's my long version.
Yeah, it can also cause nightmares too.
I guess settings and shit, right?
We've had an update. Supposedly they ran it through development and everything, and then they released it to production, and it took down like half our customers. And our phone queue shot up to like hundreds of people waiting, so it can be a disaster. Shit, Windows updates will fuck up your computer too. I mean, I still do them, but I hate talking about computers though. Like shop talk,
Yeah, well, that's the big thing, right? Shop talk when it comes to real life.
I was like everybody else that gets into IT. Usually, you start out in your game, you're a gamer or whatever, and then you build your own rigs and all that stuff, and then you just kind of, I'll do this for a living or whatever. And you're young, you don't know, and you get into it about 20, 30 years later, you're sick of it. At least I am.
Yep.
I don't know. I still like technology to an extent, but sometimes I think it's a detriment to, I don't know, society in some ways.
Hear that?
There's pluses and minuses. I just feel like we're going in that direction where everything's going digital, everything's going streaming. Pretty soon you won't own any kind of physical media, unless you purposely do it, like, DVDs, Blu-rays, CDs, records, whatever, everything's just streaming.
You just pay memberships now. You just pay memberships to get access.
Yeah, it's all like, yeah.
Right.
I need to invest in more local. I don't know. I've been meaning to subscribe to some of these different channels and stuff, but I don't watch anything, man. I've got like a Netflix. I'm thinking about just canceling that crap. There's just nothing on there that interests me anymore. Seems like. I mean, I'll watch a few things, but not like
the only thing I've kept is Amazon, just because I buy shit.
Yeah, the shipping. I mean, if you justify it through you order enough stuff, you can justify that yearly,
exactly.
whatever it is. I mean, it's still insane how much it is now. It's like $150 almost for a yearly subscription. It used to be like $120 or something. I don't know. I wish they had different tiers. I wish they had different tiers to where it's like you could just get a subscription to where you're just using the, hey, I'm just buying stuff. I don't want all the extra, Amazon Video and all that, whatever the extras they throw. And I don't, it's like I don't need all the extra crap.
Give me the potatoes or the appetizer. I don't want to buy the whole damn plate.
Yeah. I don't know.
So, be it that your mic is actually open, I got questions for you. How long have you been in the Flat Earth community in terms of like the scene itself, the investigation, if you will?
Well, 2016, beginning of 2016, I was a kind of a follower of B.O.B. and I just liked his more realistic. He's been doing content like lyrically for years before, probably 2010 or 11. On a smaller scale, he used to only release certain things. But he's been talking about truth stuff way before Flat Earth, and I just kind of followed him on Twitter and whatever, and then I just saw the whole ordeal breakdown where him and Neil deGrasse got into it, and then Neil deGrasse comes out, drops a mic, and I was looking into it then, and I was just like, what the heck's going on? How much weed's this guy smoking? And I respected him, and I knew he knew things, but when I got to that one, that's just how I got slapped in the face with it. Like, oh, okay, yeah, this is bull. I'm gonna debunk this crap type of thing, just like anybody else. Just followed that rabbit hole, ended up in the Flat Earth Clues and then Dubay, and just kind of snowballed from there. Just into looking to other things.
And see, what's interesting is I asked. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, what I find interesting is I was making a point to ask people when they started looking into this, when they started getting into it, and I'm hearing more and more that it's been the last like 7 years, since 2015, 2016. A lot of people in the last 7 years have really, really jumped into it. And obviously, I mean, the movement within mainstream has called for it as well. And the more it's talked about, the more you hear about.
I feel like this is a controlled release. I feel like they're throttling it, though. I feel like this has been initiated, and then now they're throttling it back, masking content, things like that. But nowadays, I mean, really, you can go on Odyssey, Rockfin, BitChute. You can find shit pretty good on there, but most people don't know about that stuff.
Right.
Outside of YouTube. But
yeah, I mean,
which used to be Library or LBRY, which is like a blockchain storage. I don't know if BitChute is, but I know Odyssey is a blockchain. The videos are up on a blockchain. Supposedly, they're not supposed to be able to remove anything. I mean, I guess if it's explicit, but I don't know. That's what I've heard. Like once you put something up in there, they can't take it down. But I don't know how true that is.
So it's no central point then. It's the series. It's the spider web.
Yeah, it's kind of like torrents or whatnot.
Yeah. Huh.
Just multi nodes or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically like a web. I mean, I don't know enough about blockchain. I'm invested in some crypto stuff, but I don't know enough about how that technology. There's simple breakdowns of it, but
then when did you find 24/7? How did you get into the 24/7?
Well, it was weird. I found the first Discord server. And I joined it, and I jumped in, and it didn't seem like there was a lot going on, or it was just so crazy. You're just like, holy shit. When the first server started, it took a while for, to hone down and get the moderation in place, I think. And partially why we lost that first server, I guess. We left a few doors open. And they, got taken over. But I didn't jump in a whole lot. I wasn't in a whole lot at first. I joined, and then I was just on my own, still looking into stuff. I didn't feel like I knew a whole lot. And a lot of the arguments weren't really refined too much back in the day.
Right.
Or there was just stuff we were really unsure about. I think now I feel like it's more locked down. Like just a simple thing like the gas pressure thing. I didn't, I never really even thought about that. So coming in here.
Same.
That's an interesting one.
It's a very interesting one. I wonder how I would react if I was presented with that back when I was still heavily into this.
Yeah.
Globe.
I mean, and I say that to other folks, they really don't know what to say about it.
No.
There's nothing you can say, really.
I mean, they say gravity, and I'm just like, all right. Fuck.
Before I get out there and cut the grass, there's a little story. I was mentioning my daughter. She wants to tell you guys a short little story about something that happened at school.
Aww. Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so we were in social studies and we were learning about the world, and my teacher says that it was round, and then this random boy in my class, Dominic, he shouts out, "No, it's flat." And everyone was quiet until I wanted to say something. And I didn't, but it was really funny.
Yeah, what did you want to say? But you
I was gonna say, yeah, it is.
Thank you for sharing. Holy, we love it.
And when she told me that the first time, the way that she said, instead of saying "yeah, it is," she said, "He might be right. Like it makes a lot of sense."
I remember when you told us, Lou. That's awesome, man. I love that the word is spreading just like that. And that's how it is, right? It's rumors whispering in your ear. And it's so simple. And that's all it is. Beautiful.
Well, just you want to say goodbye?
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for sharing.
Have a good day. Thank you.
All right, now I'll have to cut the grass. See you guys.
Take care, man.
Thanks, Lou.
Yeah.
I love it. Word is spreading, man. Word is spreading bit by bit. Could you imagine that was the only thing that mattered? Is that we hold this one line that the earth is flat. And when I say flat, obviously relative to water being level.
Yeah.
That blows my mind. Yo, boys, just hold this one line for us. We're going to handle everything else. Okay, no problem.
That was always.
We'll hang on to.
Wasn't that always something in the back of your head, kind of just growing up throughout life, and you're just looking at a glass of water, and you're like, well, they say it curves, so it must. It's did you always think, oh, it's just not enough volume? That's why.
This is going to sound really, really crazy.
But it really is that simple. It's just we've been so freaking brainwashed with all this.
I never thought about it really, really hard until I really started
you just
thinking about it.
dismissed. It's just appeal to authority. You're just like,
exactly.
Somebody figured it out, man.
You're like, it's fine. But the thing about it is, I've been working in architecture since I was 16, right? Drafting, saying high school and studying architecture and stuff. And I'm like, everything's straight though. And where do the curves start to kick in when you actually start? And in my profession, I've never had to, even in structure, observe the requirement for a curve or observe structure having to compensate for any kind of movement beyond seismic activity, which is you calculate that stuff, right? Seismic activity, you got building sway, these types of things, but there's no constant factor that you. Yeah, no. It ain't there.
Hold on, I'm gonna switch to my mobile for a second.
Apologies, dropped out.
Tried it. I'm switching to my phone here. I'm trying to. Second.
CB, have you been hopping? Has Nathan been hopping, doing a show or what?
All right, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I just switched headset. Does it sound any different on here on my headset?
A little bit more raspy. Your mic has a good what's it looking for? Noise suppression, right? It cuts whenever you're not speaking. It cuts your line, so your line's not open. But when you're on your phone,
is my sensitivity? Oh wait, so it was cutting my voice off on the.
No, so your mic, when you're on your mic, your sensitivity was on point, right? Your noise gate was good. It would open and close appropriately. When you're on your phone, though, it picks up more background noise, and with your voice, it picks up more of the raspiness, if you will. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is there any way I can fix that?
You're the one in IT.
I know. I just don't know. The phone app is all.
Yeah. I don't, so swipe it from the bottom. You could try. What do you want? An iPhone?
Oh no, it's Android. I'm on. I've got auto sensitivity on. Should I turn that on? Here, hold on. Is that better?
Keep talking.
Hello. 1, 2, 3.
No, just throw away the Android and get an iPhone, bro.
Oh.
I'm just kidding, dude.
I used to have an iPhone. I don't know. Fuck it. If it's that bad, I'll try and.
Dude, it's not bad at all.
No, it sounds all right. You can always go listen to the live stream to really dial it in, but
I've got like that echo cancellation on, noise suppression on crisp, all that stuff's on. Should I just turn all that shit off? How about now? Anything testing different?
Not minimal.
All right, never mind. I'll just if it's really bad, I'll switch back.
Dude, no. Listen. I'm saying you were asking about the quality. I was just explaining you the finite details.
Okay, I thought I was cutting out. I thought my voice was off.
No, I was just explaining because the big thing is what a lot of people don't realize is when they're on like their desk setups on an actual mic, if they have their mic set up appropriately, it has this thing called the gate. So it's the background noise and things like that. So it's where it picks up your audible tone. So when you're speaking, it opens and you speak and then it closes. And it's not anything that you would actually detect. It's just how the microphone itself works. Now, when you switch to a phone is always assuming that you're talking because you're on the phone. So it doesn't have the same ability to do that opening and closing channel called the gate. At least that's how I know it.
Yeah. I hear
I'm a bit of an audiophile myself, so I appreciate the attention to detail.
Yeah. I just got this headset, so I didn't know if it was. I've talked with some people on.
That's great.
Discord.
What kind of headset?
Oh, dude, it's just a cheapy. The brand is actually a Leaning.
Yeah, man.
It's like LMINGGI or something.
Yeah, Leaning.
Dude, like $23, man. It works. I use it for work and all that. So seems to be no complaints on phone calls. So I figured if it works for phone calls, it should be good for Discord. But.
Yeah. Well, as Stevie was saying, if you're like curious about it, you can always just open up the YouTube feed, and you can just scroll back like 2 minutes and hear yourself again.
I will. I'm getting this laundry out of the way real quick.
Good, Julius, man.
What the hell? When did you get in here, Ninja?
What? I've been here all day, every day.
Liar. Don't lie. Oh, no. What's happening? How are you, Flatty?
I'm good, boys. You okay?
Oh yeah, I'm hanging in there.
Just came up on my screen. I'm flipping through Amazon, and there's a movie called Truth Seekers, and I'm like, oh, all of us talking on the phone this morning. Truth Seekers. That's right, bitches.
I thought you were going to say you got an advert for like leaning headphones. Then, just because Julius said it, you instantly get the advert. You know?
No.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, there's, or if you buy something and then you'll start seeing advertisements for what you just bought all the time.
Or say a damn word and it all of a sudden starts showing up as Flatty was just saying. That's true.
Yeah, the advert for the stuff you've just bought is the funniest. It's like, I've already got it, man. Why don't I don't need more?
They show you it going on sale. You're like, bitch.
Yeah. I think if it's within so many days, you can get a refund. But
CB gets adverts for Spacey Space Food all the time.
Yeah. Is that from? What is that from? What is that?
He made that.
Oh, you made that?
No, I didn't make it. No.
I thought it's from. Isn't it from a movie or something? I thought it.
It's from.
It has to be.
It's from a abridged Dragon Ball Z show.
Nice.
Oh wow.
It's absolutely hilarious, guys. You should check it out. It's called Dragon Ball Z Abridged on YouTube. There's 60 episodes. It is absolutely hilarious. I would highly recommend it. But yeah, they really they leaned into this space thing. I have a clip for the Aussies as well. But yeah, it's hilarious, bro. I'm glad you guys like it too.
It's fun. I don't know. I was thinking it was like. I don't know if you ever seen that movie Waiting, but I thought it was from that. Like that. It's like that waitress service industry movie.
Yes, I do know what movie you're talking about.
Yeah, I thought it was from that for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, it fits perfectly.
I think so too. It's good food. It's space.
Yeah, I was listening the other day when you guys were going off about different. What was it? Yesterday, maybe. I don't know. We were talking about different space foods or something like that.
Don't get it started, bro.
Yeah.
That menu is unlimited.
Get some of that dehydrated. What is that? Ice cream or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Don't they call it astronaut ice cream or whatever the heck it is? Those dry, it's like the dry freeze thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, freeze dried French fries.
Do you guys not remember back in the day growing up when you're getting taught about the people on the IIS and how they eat and stuff, and they had to eat everything out of pouches, and then all of a sudden, years later, we see them just tossing shit all over the place.
Having food fights and shit.
Yeah, but did you not get that growing up when like they were teaching you about that? They got to eat everything out of these pouches so it doesn't get into the
silver pounded food pouches.
Just throwing tortillas and making pizzas and tossing stuff all over. It's like, and then just the wiring of that. I don't mean just being in IT. I used to work in like data centers, and you could just see the cable management that these guys do is like pristine.
Yeah,
and then you just look at the trash. I mean, if you were an electrician, you'd be like shitting your pants if you saw what they're doing up there. You know what I mean? You'd be like, no, this is wrong.
That is such a good point. The last time, and I mean, I know that they say, well, we're in space and we have to make sure that everything's free flowing to gravity and all that bullshit. But like, guys, if you're showing me, like, I'm going to get up off my comfortable couch and I'm going to come to this space shuttle that's going to take me into orbit, and I go in there and it's just looking like a rat's nest, my heart, I'm not going to feel too confident in your skills if you're going to put me in a rat's nest to live for the next like 3 weeks or whatever it is.
Yeah. How long's that thing been up there again? Like 20, 30? How long's that thing been up there? Supposedly. The IS? I can't remember. I could look it up. It's been fucking a long time. I mean, shit's got to break, man. I don't know. It's not even fucking up there. I don't know what the hell they're projecting up there, but I don't think there's something up there. I mean, if there, what do you guys like the whole low Earth orbit thing?
Yeah,
I mean, do we think there is some kind of whatever, call it a, some kind of weird medium that maybe they can put something up there and it'll whatever we call orbit, but maybe there's some kind of layer that you get, that you can get inside of. That's like, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe there's something like that, but I don't know. That's just
If you ask
speculation.
me, it's probably no different than the Tesla space car.
Yeah. What do you mean by that, though?
Like, it's down here, dude. Ain't nobody up there.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I mean, are we thinking that just when that thing cruises by, it's just some kind of projection of some kind?
Well, here's what I think it is, man. Because they're always reverse engineering things. So let's say this thing has been making circles in the sky or whatever, making patterns in the sky for all these years, and all they've done is just reverse engineered. Well, there it is again. That's us. Right. So that's what I think, is that they just reverse engineered some sort of phenomenon in the sky and claim that that's us right there.
Yeah.
And it's just making patterns like the sun. It's like saying, well, I predict the sun's going to come up tomorrow. It's going to do that anyway. It's not a prediction. So same thing with this ISS thing, whatever it is. It's not a freaking tin box going 17,000 miles. It's probably just some, who knows, right? Across the sky. They've just claimed that that's us.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and I think, I get that we've had these, the thought of having extraterrestrials from across the plane, coming here or whatever. Don't you think we would have had a lot more of that going on? I mean, I don't know, like, more of an interaction with some kind of advanced civilization by now, if there was something like that out there. I don't know.
One of the smartest friends I had growing up, he actually went on to work for Tesla and SpaceX and a bunch of other big companies like this. And I remember we kind of parted ways because I started going down a different avenue. Probably why I'm here and why he's working for Tesla and SpaceX. But I remember him telling me stories like, dude, I read this Michio Kaku book, and he's talking about advanced civilizations and stuff. So it's like people do believe in this type of stuff, man. Like that there should be advanced civilizations beyond where we are, and this type.
Don't you think they would have came though, and by now, we would have interacted somehow, or maybe we have and we don't even realize it. I don't know. I mean, maybe they're already amongst us, and we just, they just look like us, so we don't think it twice,
You know how far we have to get? We have to get from, so we have us as personalities, right? We have these souls, and we have these meat suits that we wear, right? And we're experiencing this aspect. Now, it's interesting when the people that we talk to, when we attempt to appeal to their intellect, right? And we try to keep them intellectually honest, and they still don't see that. We think maybe they don't even have personalities at that point. Then, so that's two personality types. Then the potential for different beings altogether to be with us, that's another sector I can't even begin to entertain yet, because I'm like, bro, I can't even get past stupid yet. Because I find we talk to these regular people and they're expressing stupid. I can't get past that yet. But yeah, who knows what's out there? It's such a...
Most people I found, or I've been finding, they just don't care. They don't even want to broach the subject of.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been trying to cut back going out. I do go to the bar quite a bit, but I've had some everybody knows I'm a flat earther around here. They're like, you know who Joe is, or what? My actual name's Joseph. My middle name's Julius. That's why I switched them around.
Hey, I love it.
Nice to meet you.
I get referenced to a lot. They're like, "Oh yeah, I know." Or it's like, "Do you know who Joe is? Like the tall guy, you know?" It's not like, and they're like, "No, it's like I don't know." Or shit, some people
you mean
even
that flat earther?
yeah. As soon as they say that, I'm like, "Oh yeah." Like, and it's, I mean, everybody at work knows. Back when I first found out about this, it was in 2016, I think, or 2017. It took me a while before I was willing to kind of throw things out there.
Yeah, same.
And I kind of started before I was ready, which was a bad idea. But we had this little trivia thing to where you're supposed to post a few things. And there's, other employees are supposed to guess who it is. So I was putting stuff out there all about Flat Earth, just 3 things. And it was all about Flat Earth stuff. God, I can't even remember what I did, something about, I don't even know if I knew about the whole gas pressure next to a vacuum situation there, but I threw a couple simple things out there and nobody guessed me right away because nobody knew at the time. But then after that all happened, then I just got asked questions all the time. They're like, people sending me YouTube videos of shuttles taking off and see, look,
real rigorous.
Yeah, it was kind of a bad story, I guess. But
no,
they all know.
That is a good story.
It's a smaller company. It's like it's a software company for orthodontics. So they just recently merged with like a partnership, but like they're mom and pop, they're like, yeah, whatever. After the newness of that wore off, everybody's like, yeah, he's a flat earther, whatever. And I don't know. What's really weird is like, I still haven't to this day, and I hear about some people have this happen to them, but you'll have a conversation with somebody or, about it, or, put a seed in their head. And it's most of the time you just get that, fluoride stare and what are you talking about? You're crazy. But I've never had somebody that's maybe seen something that I posted on social media or, has come back to me and said, hey man, I've been looking into this. I still haven't had yet to have that happen where somebody just says, hey, a lot of that stuff's making a lot of sense or anything like that. You guys ever get people that you've talked to or
I had a friend. Yeah, I had a friend reach out to me one day and she's like, I know you think that people aren't watching what you're doing, but people are watching because a few people have asked me what I think about what you're posting. And I'm like, oh, isn't that interesting? She's like, yeah, they're all watching. I'm like, okay, cool. So yeah, dude. Yeah. Like, beat your drum, right? The people who want to dance, they'll show up.
Man, it's hard here. Even that app. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, well said, and then I'll reverberate what he said after you're finished.
Yeah, no, just like even I don't know if you guys use the app or whatever, the clock app or whatever, but I just was looking on there like the locator and seeing if anybody's around, and there's like 3 people in my area, just like in my town or roughly, and I haven't met any of them. I've tried sending like a radius message to just do a meetup and nobody respond, or somebody will respond and then like I'll respond back and then nothing ever happens and they don't ever respond again. So it's like trying to get like some people together, but it just hasn't.
If you ever do this, just make sure you post it up. Let us know in case we need to send out an APB or send out an APB for you. Okay.
Oh, dude. I have my location on and everything. People can roll up to my apartment if they want. Like, I don't play.
Like, I'm right here. Who wants peace?
I don't really hide.
How I feel too.
I don't hide behind an alias. I don't have fake ass profiles. My freaking YouTube channel's my full name. I'm like,
me too, brother.
Come get me, dude. Like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I'm not trying to hide. Like,
you'll CB. You're gonna say, dude. Go ahead, man.
I mean, that's like Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent just throws his fucking home address out there. Come get me, dude. Like, I mean, you got to just not give a shit. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes there's some crazy freaking people out there. Don't get me wrong. I mean, yeah, you got to be careful, but I mean, I think if you're putting yourself straight out there, I mean, that's kind of saying something up front. Like, this guy's crazy, man.
Haru369, welcome to the community, man. Just noticed you in the chat. BSEB, beat your drum. Whoever wants to show up will show up. You want to?
Yeah, no, that was a good line. Like, I agree with that. And like, I've only had a very small handful of people that reached out and said, "Hey, you directly impacted me." And of course, that feels great. But boy, you gotta imagine that there's a lot of other people out there passively that aren't just gonna reach out to you. Indirectly, you're making an impact, like Kiwi said. So just keep beating your drum. Be the best like flat earther you can be, and like people will be affected by that down the road, and you'll never hear their name. They're not going to know who you are, type of thing. But like Kiwi said, keep beating that drum. You don't need people to come and tell you did a good job.
No.
Just keep doing a good job.
No, and I don't. But it's just like you wonder how many people out there are kind of closet and they're like looking at your stuff and they're like just in their own heads. Looking into it and stuff, but a lot of people they don't want that social cost, even though it's years later from when it started or when it I mean, this is not an old thing. This has been going on and off for a long time, it seems like. And it's like, it's just now the first time this has happened with technology around to spread information. I mean, it's really the main difference. But like, back in when you look through all those old newspapers online, I don't remember the exact website, something Chronicles but it's got all those, you can just pull up all, in the 1920s, you find all these articles about flat earth and stuff. And I did find it interesting.
Yo, you wanted to look.
Go ahead.
No, I just, because you said it, and I've been waiting for to drop this thing. I don't know if you've seen this. That old school article from the 50s or something that talked, or no, it would have been.
Like like all these schools used to teach it and all that.
A newspaper article that talked about the moon being a reflection. You ever see this?
The UR thing, like where the dude is like talking about the map on the moon type thing? Or?
Yeah, but it's an actual like old newspaper clipping. They just put it up in the chat.
Let me get over. Hold on a second.
Somebody shared this. It was Logie, and then Logris. AI shared it with me, I think, and then Logie shared the original with me. And yeah, it's stuff like this that kind of fits you back in your chair, thinking like, this is an old newspaper clipping. What the hell?
Yeah, give me a second. Let me get some water real quick.
Mirror in atmosphere. Mr. Rodnar is convinced that the writers of the waters of the oceans, which occupy 3/4 of the earth, act as a vast mirror when the sun, 109 times the size of the earth, shines on their surface and reflects the land and water masses against nature's own projection screen, the atmosphere. He illustrates this conclusion by filling a round dishpan with water in which he places 2 bowls bottoms up, and then darkening the room. I'm so sorry, guys. And shining a flashlight on the pan as the sun does the earth. The rim of the dishpan, the water in it, and the bottom of the bowls recreate themselves on the ceiling. Holy shit. That's awesome. It's in like the first highlighted paragraph. Anyways, that's in the article I just posted up.
Damn, I can barely read that, man. Holy.
So I was having trouble reading it. Sorry about that.
I cannot. I can't even zoom in enough to.
That's why you need an iPhone.
Well, now I switch back to the desktop. If I can download. All right, let's see. Right, if I downloaded it, I think I can. Even still, holy shit. Wow. Yeah, man, I'm zoomed in on. I mean, I never. No, yeah, that's a little bit. I mean, I've seen some of that. I just, that's out there. That's a. I mean, potentially, maybe. I don't know. That's hook, line, sinker sold on that one.
That's crazy. I keep reading this over and over. He illustrates this conclusion by filling a round dishpan with water in which he places 2 bowls, bottoms up, and then darkening the room and shining a flashlight on the pan as the sun does the earth. The rim of the dishpan, the water in it, and the bottom of the bowls recreate themselves on the ceiling. That is fucking dope. Holy shit.
Yeah.
But obviously it's guy stuff. Can't prove anything, as they say.
Right. This kind of stuff, I'm just like, yeah. One thing I know is that everything moves like a clock, and I've got. I ended up getting a refurbished P900 for decent amount of money. I'm a little concerned with the zoom on it though. Like the motor sounds a little, like I hope this thing doesn't break, man. It's like I've only shot the moon mostly, and I keep meaning to get it out that sky map and try and check out some other things just to myself. The only thing that's terrible is, I mean, I wish I had some more water around, like to do some actual observations. The only thing I can really do is, over land mostly, like height, distance, observations.
Yeah.
But
I took I don't know if you've ever seen this map. I hope this will upload.
Oh shit.
Oh wow. Oh no, there it is. No, it didn't work. It's too big. Yeah, this is just a piece of it. But I took that piece and kind of overlaid it with the moon map, or overlaid it with one of the moon images I have, and it kind of starts to it makes sense, right? Because you can see when you look at pictures of the moon, you can see Australia. Yeah. I keep saying it's Australia, but I've also had tomatoes thrown at me saying you can't prove that. Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For me, it's a stretch, but I mean, I'm not.
That's the Antarctica treaty. So if Antarctica was a continent, that's how the treaty would lay out. Everybody owning a piece of the pie. But if you actually overlaid it on the moon with respects to it being like, obviously the moon being a world map, that's how it would unpack.
Yeah, I don't remember. I saw it. I don't know if it was TikTok somewhere, but you guys see that? Supposedly they're talking about Putin trying to disrupt that treaty or something like recently.
Seriously. Oh, I never even heard of that.
You didn't hear about that?
No.
Yeah, he was like threatening to. I don't know what it was. It was on that. It was that one dude, the one main guy that's on TikTok. He had started talking about it, and then there was another one with a girl that was talking about it. Let me just see if I can Google it real quick. Putin.
Yo, I am Kovac. Good day, man. Good to see you, buddy. See, oh, Trinity loves you in the chat as well. Trinity, good day, my friend. I hope all is well with you.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's not a very. This is. I mean, this sounds. Looks like some kind of fact checker thing, but yeah, if you Google, yes, September. What is this? Oh. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of a conspiracy bullshit. I mean, I guess it wasn't anything. I mean, it's out there. There's something about it, but it's not.
I have something for you. Hold on. I'm just getting it together. We have 3 images. Those are my favorite 3 images. Of course, that's me in the bottom right hand corner. Presented them on my show. So I look at that blotch at the 2-3 o'clock position. Actually, yeah, above the 3 o'clock position. And I'm like, that's Australia. That's the explanation behind it. And then when you Vibes of the Cosmos, I don't know if you've ever seen their stuff, but they start changing the colors around, and all of a sudden the light becomes blue. Yeah, that's me, dog. On the bottom right hand side. On my show. EB. But yeah, and then when you skip across that, if you see Australia and you skip across that big piece in the middle there, so you go like clockwise, you'll see a little, like you go clockwise, skip over that big landmass. You see a real tiny triangular piece. It's not the biggest piece, a small piece. I have to circle it. But that's the Americas.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I'm looking at this. I'm just like, what?
Oh, thanks, CB. Appreciate you, man. That's me, dog. There's my channel. I call myself a physicist of scripture. That really, I threw up that link in Geo's server, and they fucking hit the roof laughing. It was so good. And I was like, yeah. It's great when you can make fun of yourself. Where's the ice wall on that Mirage? I have no idea. All I would imagine is the ice is everywhere the sun wouldn't go. And here's the other thing. And again, anyone who's listening to this is the highly speculative, like, I'm just throwing stuff around right now. This is not a reflection on the Flat Earth server or anything like that. This is just my mental massagings. Here's the killer. This is the one I love. If you take the moon and you split it up into 2 60th parallels, those two circles unpack, and it splits the moon up into like 2 figure eights. You actually get a symmetrical pole balanced on the other side. So if the sun actually resided over that area as well, all that ice area would actually change, right? It would no longer be iced. So
yeah, I mean, like you said, what if there's another sun out there?
Exactly.
Kind of like that. I don't know, that cosmic egg. What was the? Did you ever see that? What was that dude's name? Shit. He did like a partner thing with this music guy. Right? I can't remember it, damn it.
Yeah, I'd be throwing out names, but they would just be random. So.
Yeah, it was this music guy, but he did a partner he did a it was a rendering of basically that cosmic egg theory thing. It was, probably. It's like a lot of sound. Shit. Yeah, of course I'm not gonna find it.
yeah, I definitely don't want to piss anyone off. I deleted all my speculative shit.
I've got his. I know I'm subbed. I just gotta.
Check out this GIF. I think it was Miguel shared this with us yesterday. I, of course, had to steal it.
Let's see. Well, is that like an eclipse or whatever?
You can even see the plane wing. Like somebody just tried to say, "Oh, that's fake." Well, you can even see the plane wing on the right side bouncing pretty naturally, as far as I'm concerned. Some turbulence, if you will.
Is that an eclipse there?
Definitely be transition. I don't know if it's transition of day to night or how, or I don't even know what we're looking at exactly, but it's definitely transition of something.
Weird.
Yeah, the sun's there. Yeah, it would be an eclipse because the sun's there. It goes to the pinhole sensation that it opens up again.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Like a solar.
Could you imagine being lucky enough to be in the air when an eclipse happens? Holy crap.
Yeah.
That's my bummer.
Or if the person that took that was like purposely,
I don't like to take my flight at this time.
Yeah.
And then by comparison, I look at this, and I think, like, just look at those two pictures for comparison's sake. Right, one is 10 feet above the water. The other one is in the air, and what we see is a horizon running perfectly from left to right. Crazy.
What is that skyline there?
Toronto skyline on Lake Ontario.
Oh wow! How far is that?
30. I'd say about 30. I don't have the exact. My son took it and sent it to me, but I think it was about 30 kilometers. But the joke is, like, that would be like Oakville, Burlington, which is about 30 kilometers away. You go out to Hamilton, which is about 60, 70 kilometers away, about 40 miles. You see the same thing. It's the same. It's the same skyline. No depression. Because over that distance, there should be at least like 400 or 500 feet hidden, based on their math.
Right. Like you can see the shoreline basically.
Yep. And that if you locate the CN Tower, which is the thing sticking up, then you look at the base of it and you see that white blotch. That white blotch is the Rogers Center. And that's the Sky Dome, the thing that has the dome roof. Now, that height, the Sky Dome, is only 85 meters. It's only like 300 feet in height. So you shouldn't even be able to see that.
Yep.
But
it's refraction, dude.
Yeah. Refraction. And if it isn't refraction, it's gravity.
Look at that. Yeah. So sick of that argument. Because it's like you just gotta walk away at that point. So, I think we went to the moon too. It's crazy how many. I mean, I just think that thing, the whole Werner von Braun's headstone with the Psalms 19:1, that just smacks you right in the face. I just think that's hilarious.
There's a big part of me that, as much as this may come across as blasphemous, but I'm still going to say it because it's been on my mind for the last week. But it really makes me wonder, as much as we've been told that, and again, forgive me for what I'm about to say, but everything's in my consideration at this point, that it's weird that this playbook is in play right now, being scripture, the Bible, right? All this stuff is happening, and it's like, it was here in scripture. Right? And then I look at these people who do these things, like our buddy with von Braun and all these people that quote scripture and all these things and the Georgia Guidestones and all these crazy things all over the place. And I really start to wonder if they're actually reading from that book and they're quoting this stuff because they knew the play. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Bible's been preserved through many, hundreds of places. It's the most confirmed book ever in history. Shakespeare's got 8 recordings. I think that the Bible has 800 recordings from different places. It's the most documented book, the most proven scientifically book in the world.
Hey Trinity, it's good to hear from you, my friend. Welcome.
Shakespeare has 8 records. So that means Shakespeare. I mean, these guys trying to deny everything. They're trying to deny scriptures. They're trying to deny history. They're all a bunch of witches that got together on the CIA and all that stuff, and these Satanists and New World Order people. And they went on YouTube and they make all this junk, and they've been creating all this thinking about denying everything, denial theories, Mandela theories, and denial history theories, and all this junk. It's all a lot of trash. They just made it up. It's just to make people confused. It's just a big hoax. It's a scam. It's a fake conspiracy theory to get everyone stupid. So what you do is you find out about flat Earth, then you think everything is a lie. Not everything's a lie. There's some things that are true. You can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater, because now you're skeptic of everything and now you're cynical. So if the flat Earth makes you cynical, then you're actually gone a step backward. You may as well just stay a glober. So you got to realize there's a lot of true things there as well, and the whole attack is to get you confused. But if you think everything is a lie and everything is against you, and you can't deconstruct everything and you're left with nothing, then you're basically worse off than ever finding about flat Earth in the first place, because then you got totally nothing. You've totally rejected God. You've totally rejected the book of the Bible, the gospel, everything. You've rejected everything, and you're left with nothing. You basically you're just empty. Then you're totally where they want you to be. That's the whole plan. It's one of the plans. They've got many different plans to mess you up. But don't you know that's the narrative? That's one of the things they do. There's lots of different narratives. The fear religion narrative. You know, you can just be so fearful that you do nothing, you become a zombie. They got 5,000 different narrative ways to try and get you, and that's one of them. They know young people are going to just use this thing to try and deny everything, and they're going to just listen to all the YouTubes and watch all the YouTubes and believe it all, because they realize they know that people just they just believe anything they hear, because they got no discernment and they're just gullible. So just knowing the flat Earth is great, but if you're just going to use it to deconstruct everything and you're left with nothing anymore, that's also silly, because then you're just denying everything that's good as well.
Yeah, I went through that a little bit. I kind of,
because we know the governments don't love us. We know they hate us, but we know that they're evil and they all want power, and they're all a bunch of psychopaths, and they're a bunch of devils, and they worship the devil, and they all got their heads up the devil's butt, and they all want to murder everyone. We know that, but everyone knows that. That's common sense. And everyone around here knows that as well. But the thing is, when you start deconstructing so much that you don't have anything left anymore, and you start deconstructing the truth and the real things that are actually real, then you're in big trouble, because then you basically just unbelief of anything, and then you just unbelief of God, unbelief of everything. You throw out everything, and then you're just left with nothing. Then you're just empty, clanging gong with nothing. You got nothing anymore.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying the Bible. I'm not saying just read one version of the Bible. I'm saying read all 450 versions, and see which one. Check the Hebrew and go back to the Hebrew and the Greek. I'm not saying that there aren't mistakes or connotations that are slightly off in some of the versions, and some versions are definitely better than others. But I say read all 450, and you're fine. That's not a problem. But the Bible as a whole is pretty good. It doesn't matter what, all the translations are pretty good, except the cultic versions made by the cults. Stay away from the cults. The cults are bad. They mess you up bad. They're all made up by weird people, creepy people.
Cults are bad. Okay.
Satanism. Stay away from the cults. They're really bad. Yeah, that's how you know.
Yeah. Dave, I saw your message. No, I don't think it's the Stellium 7, but I'm familiar with that. I guess you can't hear me. Not in here.
I'm listening on YouTube, dude.
Oh gosh, what is that, dude? I'm trying to. Come on. It's not, I mean, it's nothing. It's just all speculative view, but I mean, it was an interesting visualization. He does a lot of music that's really cool, like that 432 and different frequencies. Just like meditative type things, which some people are like, yeah, I don't know about that, but I find that it's pretty cool. I know it's in here. I have too much crap.
He's watching on YouTube.
What?
Dave, he just confirmed he's watching on YouTube. He's like, I hear you. He's lurking on YouTube.
Oh, sorry. I'm just looking at all my subs that can't find the dude. I'm subscribed to too much crap. I think
It's not Santos Bonacci, is it?
No. It's this. I can't even remember where he's from. I want to say.
You're also not Alex, Conspiracy Music Guru, not that guy?
No. He did like a 3D rendering of basically the central plane, and then it has different rings as you go out. Gosh, who's the guy?
It's not Vibes of Cosmos, is it?
No. No, it's if I see it, I'll know it. But maybe if I search my Facebook, I can. Let's try Odyssey. Maybe I can find it on.
There's 11 people watching on YouTube right now.
Oh shit! Here
Somebody.
It is. The initial guy, Martin Kenny, was the original guy, and then he partnered with this other dude to do a visualization of it. Here, Norb's World. You guys remember that at all?
No.
Okay, hold on.
Is it Martin Kenny for 400, Alex?
Yo, Dave, what's going on, homie?
It's Martin Kenny. Norb's World is the channel.
Martin Kenny, right?
That's it. But that's not the channel. That's just some dude. Damn it! Did his channel get?
He had an all elaborate egg shape kind of thing, or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, it's total. This guy's channel's got on. I mean. Hold on, I can Google this guy somehow.
Somebody posted on YouTube that the ISS is a floating balloon.
What the fuck?
That's amazing. I didn't realize the ISS had any balloon features to it. I thought it was a gliding type structure that would have worked on propulsion.
Something.
As far as I know, the official claim is no balloon, nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway.
Exactly. No, just reading through the amazing comments of people who think they know what things are, and they can talk about the things that they think they know what it is that thing is doing, that the ISS is a balloon.
He's from
And
Toronto.
It's not. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, this Norbs World dude's from Toronto.
Shout out to Toronto. Let's go.
He does a ton of music and stuff. Like they scrubbed his channel. I mean, I don't even know why. The dude's like, it's not even. They had to scrub his channel.
You're not talking about Darren Nesbitt, are you? You know who that is?
No. Norbs World. Norbs World. It's
Is he like from like 2015, 2016? Haven't heard of him.
This is the closest thing I can find. Here, this is the closest thing I can find on Odyssey. Here, okay, hold on. Here's the. Ah, yeah, his channel's gone, dude. But this is the closest thing.
Welcome to the quick version of the North Theory. See that?
All right, here's check this out. I put a video. That's all I can find, and it's pretty much gone on.
I find this interesting. I urge you to watch it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about the cosmic egg thing. I remember watching that now. Go ahead.
Have you seen that though?
Yeah, it was a long time ago, but I remember watching it. Yeah.
His channel's just gone, and it was mostly music and like really cool stuff. The resolution.
He was one of the guys. He was sorry, but he was one of the guys that got on British TV in that sort of debate with the presenters on a morning show or whatever. Remember that? Anybody?
I don't know if I saw that, but
Martin Kenny was on there, and a couple other guys. I can't remember who. I think Darren Nesbitt was another guy that was sitting there.
That might have been.
Yeah, he did a good job there.
Greetings, everybody. While I'm talking, it's a quick shout out for somebody listening on YouTube or wherever. If you happen to be hearing me talk, if you think you live on a spinning ball, come in and discuss, please. Most of these guys will treat you civilly and have a calm discussion with you. Except for the flag. Watch out for you.
We're just looking for a curve. We're looking for evidence of somebody that's either measured a curve or can give us a workable way that we can go out there and measure a curve over an observable distance. The issue that we're having is that over an observable distance, we do not see land depressing. We do not see a negative. So if there's some way that you can give us something to confirm, friends, we would really appreciate it.
That's right, Kiwi. I mean, it would say two globe believers go out to any coastline where there's an island like 20 miles away and take your P900 or whatever and take a laser, whatever you want to do, just show the drop in elevation from sea level. That's all we need to see. That's all I need to see. I'll shut up.
Well, I got me some pictures from space. Will you accept some pictures from space?
Nope.
Sorry. I'm too tired to look at pictures.
Over that 20-mile span.
Friends of NASA don't lie. They don't lie.
Sorry, Flavia. Over that 20-mile span, you should be looking at approximately, what is it, guys? 270 feet of elevation drop, which is like a 27-story building that you should be able to. You guys know what I mean. Back to you, Flatty and Kiwi.
Not only that, if I am sitting in my boat and I go to take a look at the Statue of Liberty on the Hudson River, as I drive my boat down the Hudson River away from the Statue of Liberty, she should be sinking in water, and she's not. How does your globe geometry work in that regard? Oops.
It's pretty simple. The claim is a ball, so we need evidence of the ball first before we go on to step 2. At least that's the way I look at it. Good up.
It's not there. NASA measurements.
What is silence?
I'm trying to remember what watching that video that he posted. That's the video, a music video.
Yeah.
It was like
that
a
second thing was just that's his sound. Oh yeah, that thing was long as. I mean, it's all theory. It's all
it's all speculation. Man, you can't prove none of it.
Yeah, it's totally. I mean, it's not. It's just I thought the visualization and he's got a lot of good music. I mean, all 432 and. I posted one of his tracks. That's his SoundCloud, but that's the only thing that seems to be around anywhere. I can't even find a website. I know he was going.
I'm just giving a personal invite. I know he won't accept it, but for what it is, John, if you are even inclined remotely to have a conversation with us, John over on YouTube, why don't you take the opportunity, click the link in the Discord posted by Nightbot, join our chat, and come in and have a conversation with us. Because I said to you, there's no curve present. You agreed, no, but plenty of evidence. And I'm curious to know, what evidence do you have that you can possibly present to us that would stonewall, and I use that term loosely, the idea of a globe model?
That's the thing. Anything he wants to present it's a moot point. If you don't have evidence for the curve, you're just showing us irrelevant stuff. That's just my opinion.
Fully agree with you. The foundation of geometry is measurement. Right? In order to establish it is a triangle, I must observe 3 angles. Right? Triangle. In order to observe a square, I must observe 4 sides that are all equal. There are laws to these things that we observe. In order for me to establish a shape, or even no evidence of a shape, I have to examine the numbers. And the numbers that we have so far do not back up the shape they claim. That's simple. Can't start with the numbers I don't know how you can start to design a house. Need to know the area that I'm working with so I can build this or design the structure above it.
Just to add to that, we have many observations at this point. I could maybe safely say several hundred, maybe thousands of the horizon appearing much, much further than it's supposed to be. At least 10 times in most of the examples on clear days. I just wanted to add that. You guys continue. This is Dead Air Day. I'll shut up.
I love you, Dave. This is amazing.
I have to say, what about tectonic plates? Okay, John, and again, I'm enjoying creating some content from comments on YouTube as well. This is pretty good because I mean, comments are comments, wherever they come from. Now, tectonic plates is interesting because you mentioned the word plates. Do you know how would a plate function on a ball? Because last time I checked, a plate was a flat item, wasn't it? Relatively flat, has a thickness maybe, but I don't know how a plate would work on a ball. It would almost be a
Don't get me started. Don't get me started on them plates.
It would be like gluing wheat thins around a pool ball or something. Picture that.
Yeah, you can't. Well, I guess their idea is that the plate would have formed by gravity, right? Because the plate shape would have happened because of this common traction point because of gravity. That would be the idea. But again, I'm of the opinion now I can deconstruct gravity simply by observing potential versus kinetic energy. So the idea of gravity gets deconstructed strictly by observing kinetic and potential energy. So gravity can kiss my butt. So if you're observing your model based on that one sole principle of gravity, then you need to reassess your shit because it's not true. Sorry.
I have a new one-word argument for the Globers. It'll save them time. Just say refravity to whatever we say, and that'll take care of it. Oh, that's refravity. Okay.
Refravity. I like that one.
Is that like how strong my reefer is, or what?
Yeah, I'm about to have some reefer. Oops. I hope I don't dox myself saying that. Reefer gravity.
So the stronger the reefer, the more pull it has, or
the more attracted to the couch I am. I think the stronger the refravity, it's the stronger pull the couch has. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
couch attracts ass.
The idea of tectonic plates has been updated now, Kiwi. It's now called tectonic upside-down cereal bowls.
What the hell? Upside-down cereal bowls?
Stands for curvature. Upside-down cereal bowl.
But wait a minute.
Kind of plate that would work.
So does that mean the Australian plate is the correct side up cereal bowl?
Oh, that's right, yeah, man.
Holy crap, you just blew my mind.
Oh, yeah. Earth cereals from Spacies.
Casey's made it in for another sponsored segment. You know what, CB? Can we take a small commercial break for Spacey segment?
Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea, gentlemen. We do got to pay the bills here, and if you're hungry, skip DoorDash. Just go right to Space Dash. They've got a new program. You can order your food right from outer space.
You already owe me a space soda from our last bet.
Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Yep. Get your latest freeze-dried French fries. Then we got gravity gravy on those fries. We got gas pressure poutine. Hey, they got it all, guys. Just go check it out. Get it on Space Dash. Spacey's. It's good food. In space.
I can testify that I tried the Uranus burger. It's pretty good.
Yeah. The Uranus burgers, that's special right now. It's delicious.
I'm sticking with space chicken with that special space sauce. Thanks.
You know how they have like sun-dried tomatoes and stuff like here on Earth? They actually have like sun-cooked food and things like this. So, guys, you got to go and try it. Their delicacies are amazing. They cook the food with the sun. They'll boil your your ramen just with gas pressure, the lack of gas pressure in the vacuum. They'll just boil your ramen right there in the space, in outer space, the vacuum in space.
I thought they had space-dried tomatoes.
Yeah, they have those too, man. There's nothing that they don't have, honestly.
Sick.
It's got an unlimited refracted menu.
They have a little menu. Water to put on your bologna too. It's pretty cool.
The limited refracted time menu. That was good. That was really good. Someone on YouTube just said, I don't believe anybody can debunk gravity.
Well, that's like trying to debunk someone's imaginary friend. It's like they don't want you to take it away from them.
Yeah.
So there has to be something to debunk.
Really, isn't it logical you first have to prove something is real before you have to debunk it? I mean...
Yeah. It's like trying to debunk purple grass. What purple grass?
What purple grass?
So, what gravity?
So my question to John because he's asking, so John, if you can use the Discord link and come by into the room so we can chat, that'd be great. It's the best way. So you can verbally explain what you're talking about, and we can have a somewhat of a conversation, a discourse over a verbal discourse versus a written discourse. But what I'm going to say to you, John, is that when you're okay, let me ask you this: in the written format, pick one item that you're going to choose to observe, and I'm going to ask you what put that object in motion. Beyond that, come by and chat to us. Okay, bye.
Yeah, man. Look, I don't understand how they jump to that conclusion, because it's not like you look around and observe anything going on. Nothing's happening.
Shit doesn't start magically falling. Like, the only thing, and that's what I say, the only thing that you can say has gravity affecting it would be falling rocks. And falling rocks don't exist.
Yeah, these guys just think about the Earth's just sitting there laughing like all these humans think I'm doing all this shit, flying through space and zipping around, but I'm really just sitting here. I'm just sitting here, man. I'm just chilling. I'm the Earth. You know what I mean?
It's like that, what is it, telephone game you play when you're in school? I'm sorry. You know, when the teacher makes the claim to one person, and then that person tells the person next to them, and the person next to them tells them something else. And then as it goes around the room, the original claim that the teacher said gets twisted up into something completely different. And so I would imagine it's something like that, where the Earth's like, damn, how y'all get to this conclusion? Like, the hell? All this crazy stuff. Are you guys familiar with this telephone game?
Telephone. It started off as it's flat, and by the end of it, it became a wombat. Right? A wombat can fly. Get it?
Yeah, and then someone took that wombat and then made it into a soup and then ate it, and the world shut down, and then it became flattening the curve, and then there's a curve, and then it's a globe. It just gets crazier and crazier, dude.
Some guy at a bat in China is one of my favorite songs on here. Anybody got that one?
Oh boy.
Yeah, man. I was listening to that one on Infinite Plane Society. You guys can shoot me later. A while back, and I was like, dude, I gotta drop this in the Discord here. It's too funny. Some guy ate a bat in China. And my girlfriend won't give me any vagina. Literally, it's like, dude, what the hell? That's so funny.
Yeah, that's such a weird line in that song, dude.
Yeah, and other lines like I can't find any toilet paper because some guy ate a bat in China or something like that.
Yeah. Can't go get any toilet paper? You tell me that. Yeah.
Well, I'm talking. Shout out to Witsit for a good stream last night. If anybody wants to check it out, just saying. Very interesting.
Nice. Shout out to Witsit.
I've been honest. I've been following. I like what he's been starting up. Just interesting. I haven't seen the All Roads, the Hurricane. I just like listening to that guy talk, man.
It's like he's saying it's conspiracy, but it's a big coincidence or sort of a coincidence. Right when they're trying to lock this Artemis to the moon, we got a Hurricane Ian fucking around with Florida. I'm just saying.
And Fiona, right? Don't forget, Fiona was earlier in the week, and then Ian came by a couple days later.
You know they're triggering that stuff, man.
Man, straight. Isn't it called HARP? HARP?
Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, HARP, man.
Word.
There's so much stuff we don't know. I mean, we got ideas and stuff, but I mean, probably what they're capable of. I mean, I don't think we have any idea.
Nope. We can only speculate.
Yep.
Dave, now that song is stuck in my head. Some guy ate a bat in China. Like, that is so funny. And the beat goes hard. Can you believe that, though? Like, now we can kind of look back. I know we don't talk about this. We're not really supposed to. But it is kind of crazy just to look back and reflect on the last few years. And, like, I will use that as an argument against the people who say, well, why don't you guys just explore the world? Why don't you guys just go and explore Antarctica? Just go do whatever you want, wherever you want. It's like, well, dude, did you guys forget that you couldn't even go to the grocery store like last year? So where are you getting this idea that you can just go freely and travel the world and do whatever you want? That's ridiculous. You let's just say you live in the United States, whatever state you're in, I guarantee you can't just freely travel just the town you're in, like the state you're in, let alone the world. It's just a weird thing these people like. They're like, why don't you just go explore everything? Dude, you can't even explore in your own town. Last year you couldn't go to the grocery store, so calm down with this.
Oh, because some guy at a bat in China.
That was just a weird. It just seemed like a time war. Those couple years living in this. Just seemed like it was just crazy world, man.
Yeah.
And just having to deal with that every day, I pretty much just stayed home because I was like, I don't even want to deal with this, man.
Nope. Let's sit match right here and watch the world go by.
Well, that's being a responsible citizen. Good job. You did your part.
Yeah. I just hung out in here mostly, probably. I think I was just listening all the time. I don't know. I just kept telling myself, like, you got to get on the mic sometime, man. It's like you just lurking all this, it just felt weird. I was going through some stuff in my head, dealing with some mental stuff, so I was kind of withdrawn for a while and just was an observer forever, just because I I just wasn't in a good spot.
It's good to take breaks.
Yeah. Yeah, I just... like this morning's pretty chill, and it's been more chill in here lately. Not as much, back and forth, crazy.
Yeah.
It happens. But it hasn't been as much lately, like how it is over in Awakenings, and get a little heated and just nonsense getting spewed, and you're just kind of like, all right, I'm not gonna do this.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to interrupt, guys, but has anybody on here said that Black Swan is irrelevant? That's what John just said in the chat.
Yeah. That's the most clownish thing you could possibly say, probably.
Massively.
Because what he's doing then at that point is he's actually chucking his globe under the bus. That's cool. Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
That's 10 miles, 9.63 miles off of a coast over water, and we're observing a structure and how a structure interacts with water 10 miles off a coast. Bro, please.
Let alone.
I'd like to point out to John that that's an example of a real life observation where you actually go outside and you do something instead of watching stuff on TV. There's a big difference there. I hope you see that.
That's true. That's true. Like the evidence, if you just ignore the evidence for now and just let's look at the argument. What's wrong with it? That's the globe right there that we're all supposed to believe in. So what you're doing is you're taking the globe and you're shoving it under the bus like you do everything else.
So let's take, I said, here are the 3 facts. No one has measured the curve. Gas requires a container, and no spin has been detected. So John responds with 3 assertions with nothing to back them up.
Yeah, so sounds a lot like the 3 claims, nothing to back them up. Go ahead.
No. That's what I was going to say exactly. It is, how are those 3 claims versus 3... how are those 3 assertions versus 3 facts? I don't understand. The second gas requiring a container, that's the second law of thermodynamics, which is entropy. No one has, in fact, measured the curve because the numbers that have been presented do not show IRL, that means in real life. And again, no spin has been detected because we can stand on this place and look in the sky and see that the stuff in the sky is moving, not us. How are these assertions? Anybody, please.
Yeah, they aren't.
What you just described, Kiwi, is the base axiom that all humans experience. So, you're making a claim to the contrary of this base human experience, so we need to see evidence of that. Thank you. Guess that's too much to ask. It made everybody quiet. I'm sorry.
I'll be back momentarily. I have to
you're good.
Put on a sweater. Getting cold in here.
We'll be right back after this.
Does anyone new join? I can't look at the screen right now.
All right, we'll do some roll call, Dave. We'll take a look through the screen here. Got a small few in the rowboat here, guys. We got I am Kovac and Johannes, Julius, Kiwi, Sasha, and Trinity. No new names, just some lurkers on YouTube. Guys, don't be shy. If you're banned, hit me in the DMs. Come on, man. We can talk. We can talk this out.
Anyone afflicted with the globe delusion, please come in and discuss. It may be a poorly way to put it. I'll shut up.
Or help us get back on this ball. If it's really a thing, surely you can teach me something that I don't know. I know a lot of stuff, though. You know, so let's keep that in mind. But you could give me some proof or something. Maybe if you gave me some evidence, I could go knock on some doors and then they could go teach others the evidence. But it seems like all people want to present us with is like, how come you don't believe? Why don't you believe anymore? What the hell am I going to do with that? I'm just going to go knock on doors and ask people to believe? So, freaking Jehovah's Witness? I need something that they can chew on. I need something real, some evidence. So, if you can present that, that'd be great. I just want to pay some tributes to the globe. It will be dearly missed. It's been with us for so many years. So many rotations. So much water. So much gravity. We were really pulled to it for so long. And it's just sad to see it go. And it was on its last dying breaths in 2019. But it does seem that it sort of kicked the bucket back in 2020. This old bastard lived quite a long time. But old and gray, sad to see it go. I tip my hat.
Could you be referring to the around 2020 when I gave up on their geometric horizon? That's an issue. You might go ahead and see.
Yeah, they really let themselves go. That geometric horizon is just wasn't. It's not what it used to be anymore. It's not what it used to be. At this point, look at how diverse and confused they had. One strong horizon. Now look at our globe defender recently, Hoymar. It's got, look at that. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 horizons. That's 5 different horizons. We've got a geometric horizon. Well, they already let that one go. An apparent horizon. We know that's a contradiction in terms. It's not. It's a completely redundant. It's like saying the lightning flashing. You just say the lightning, right? So the horizon is by definition apparent. Lightning is already flashing, so you don't have to say the flashing lightning. It's already lightning. Anyway, the visible horizon, well, if it's apparent, then by definition it's visible. So that's another redundant term. The true horizon. Okay. Anybody want to tell us what the true horizon is? Yeah, I didn't think so. And so the last one we have here is the refracted physical horizon. So that's jeez. Physical apparent position. So maybe that's a 6th one.
It's a simple man from Kentucky, but every time I look, I only see one horizon. Am I wrong? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, maybe on Monday you saw one horizon. Maybe on Tuesday you saw a different horizon.
No.
Every day there's just a different type of horizon.
No. Bullshit. And I know you're doing what he's asking, but our buddy Homer he's off in left field because again, any question that you're gonna ask Homer with respects to the horizon and attempt to explain how the actual physical horizon can change, it cannot. That's like saying a building can change its location. Right, that's what you're doing because
I think I have a screenshot of him saying that, though.
Dude, that's impossible. You can't.
Here it is.
It depends on which hemisphere you are.
So here we go. Right? Martok sets him up perfectly. So if I look at a physical hill, right? If I look at a physical hill, one day the hill is 10, I just summarized it to basically, so one day the hill's in my backyard, and the next day the hill's in my neighbor's backyard. And he's like, yep.
Bruh.
Yeah.
That's a hard sell. So looking at again, and you've shared this. I think you shared this image yesterday. Looking at that image, the horizon line is a physical thing. What can change is the amount of, and again, I'll be crude in my explanation to drive my point home. What changes is the amount of water that is present within the air between my eyeballs and the object I'm looking at. That's it. And that changes the appearance of the things in between my eyeballs and the thing that I'm looking at. But at no stretch of the imagination does anything on this earth, besides God, of course, can pick up and change the location of a physical object. That defies the natural laws of physics, period. Fallacy on its face, I believe would be the correct way to term it.
You just gave me an idea, Kiwi.
Oh.
I've told this story about this guy I used to work with in the past named Tony. I've told it once before, but maybe I
Was
need
it
to
Tony Montana or just Tony?
just his name was just Tony. Just Tony.
Okay, cool.
This is a real person, by the way. This is a real actual I'm not making this up. So you would go up to him and be like, "Hey, what's up, Tony?" And he'd be like, "Hey, man, I don't know what's up. I only hold it down, boss." And I swear, like, he legitimately talked like that. And he would always say, "I'm holding it down. I'm holding it down." He'd call you boss and he's holding it down, right? So, old guy, probably he's been to jail a couple times. You know, it's a cool guy, dishwasher. Really cool dude. Yeah. So we called him Holding It Down Tony, right?
Hold it down, Tony.
That's our gravity right there, though, dude. That's our imaginary friend gravity.
Well, forget about how it got there, right? Just remember it's there. But how did it get there in the first place? Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about, hey, CB, don't worry about how the bowling ball got on the rack. Right? It's there. What's holding it there, though? Remember that?
Tony. Tony's holding it down, dude.
Holding it down. Tony's a champ because he can hold down a 10-gram object, a 1-gram object, and he can hold down a 4,000-pound object. Tony's the man.
Yeah, he's
universal.
Hold it down.
Universal Tony. He's everywhere.
And you know how we're always asking these Globers, "Hey, what about these things that go up? Like, what's up?" Hey, I don't know what's up. I only hold it down. Yep, I need to expand on this. This came up to my mind, so I need to work on this a little bit.
Let's
workshop the idea.
I actually was throwing around the idea of an elevator this morning. So, what's the maximum lift capacity on an elevator? It can vary. Let's say the maximum lift capacity on an elevator we're going to talk about is 5,000 pounds.
Wait, let me look it up real quick, actually.
Well, because you got different sizes, right?
What's the maximum elevator capacity?
According to TK Elevator, the typical capacity of an elevator is between 2,100 pounds to 5,000 pounds.
Cool. So I went on the max side. So 5,000 pounds. We're going to use 5,000 for ease. So we're working on a 10-story building. We're going to install an elevator, and that elevator has a maximum lift capacity of 5,000 pounds. The elevator does work because it has machinery attached to it. It's a roof-mounted system, so all the machinery is mounted to the roof of the elevator. So this elevator will lift a maximum of 5,000 pounds from the ground floor of this building up to the 5th floor of this building on a repeated cyclical level, however many times I ask it to do it. We know for a fact that we can't load that elevator past 5,000 pounds because the manual says so. We'll break it. I measure out all those items that I'm gonna attempt to load into that elevator to push the maximum capacity at 5,000 pounds. I overload the elevator by 10%, making it 5,500 pounds. I've loaded it to. The elevator attempts to lift. It's successful. It's brand new. It starts lifting the load. The cable snaps. The 5,500 pounds is in free fall. What is the force that is acting upon those items that are in free fall? CB.
Sorry, say the question one more time.
So the cable in the elevator snaps. The 5,500 pound items are now in free fall. What is that force that is acting upon those items in free fall?
Oh, yeah, that's just our boy Tony, dude.
Okay, so Tony's acting upon that 5,500 pounds in free fall. Now, my thing is, I weighed all of those items. They all weighed 5,500 pounds. The elevator said that it could lift 5,000 of those pounds. And it was working because I saw the gears turning and I saw it was plugged into the wall, so it had electricity and everything. So the elevator was working, lifting all of that weight. Where does Tony come into play when the elevator stops working? Like, I don't understand how Tony gets halfway through the game, because Tony should have been there from the very beginning. From the time I loaded, I weighed those items, and they all weighed out at 5,500 pounds. Tony should have been there. Tony should have been there when I loaded loaded those items onto the elevator, and Tony should have been there to when the cable snapped. It's not cool that Tony showed up halfway through the observation to say, "Hi, I'm here now." Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, you could look at it a couple ways, right? He's either got a backdoor deal with the elevator company, or maybe he just snuck onto the elevator, and when it snapped, it was go time. You know, he knew it was time. It was like when Superman takes his cape. He is not always working, right? Superman isn't always on the job, but when it's his time, he goes into the telephone booth or whatever and snaps it off. You know, got to pull out the cape and stuff.
All right. So he can just show up whenever he wants to, then, is that what you're saying?
I mean, Batman shows up only when he's required, you know what I'm saying?
I just find it's rude that we don't give that weight, so to speak, that credit to the elevator doing all that work. Because the elevator was doing the work. We're the ones that overloaded it.
I mean,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we got to give credit where credit's due, but also we got to blame that one fatty that got on the, it's their fault. So,
yeah, our buddy John over on YouTube says it was there the whole time. I don't think so, man. I don't think so, because that's where I think the Globers, the Globers will say the gravity is wrapped up in the weight of the object. That's their move. That's some bullshit.
Tell it like it is, Kiwi. Tell it like it is, brother.
Bullshit. Completely, because you can't. Again, if I weigh something that's 10 grams, the scale shows it's 10 grams. Right? That 9.8 meters per second can be applied to a 10 gram weight being observed on a scale. And then when I take that same 10 gram weight 1,000 feet up in the sky and I drop it, it's going to do the exact same thing? No, it's going to behave way differently. Right? Each of these objects are independent. You cannot apply a uniform force to independent items that are all labeled with their independent weights. That's bullshit. Actually, I would almost say that you're attempting to convolute the truth in introducing your bullshit gravity. People throw tomatoes at you for try to confuse the truth.
I'm about to drop a bomb into the BC verified room, the BC check-in. I'm about to ping everybody that has a VC verified role. So sorry if you have the role, if you're a flat earther already, but I'm gonna hit. It's gonna be just a yes or no question. I'll put a couple reaction, a yes reaction, a no reaction. Go in and cast your vote. But the goal is to have some people maybe remember that this server is alive, and maybe they'll join the VC and come and chat with us.
Mass times gravity. Lord, it's so unfortunate.
What's up, BK? Just joined. Don Lino just joined as well. VC verified. Did you get my ping? Do you do you think you can fly?
What's up?
Yo, yo, yo.
What's poppin'? Okay. Comment in the chat. John. I'm going to call you guys John from now on. So John says they don't understand math. So CB, what do you think about the drop over curvature?
Are there any concerns? I don't know anything about that. I don't know nothing about numbers. I just know what I can do. How about kill this mother? Okay.
All right, so John, maybe you could tell me this, friend. Over a 60-kilometer distance or 30-mile distance, whatever, however you want to unpack it, what would be the observable drop on your curve? Hit me up in the comments if you wouldn't mind.
Beautiful alley-oop there, sir. Beautiful alley-oop. Thank you so much. I don't get to use that one very often.
Holla at your boy. You know me, my 60-kilometer radius from Burlington to downtown Toronto. I stick to that one like a bee sticks to honey. Do bees stick to honey? They harvest it, collect it. Do they stick to it? I wonder if they have anti-sticking devices. Can you imagine a bee getting honey on its wings? Would that be the death of a bee? Bee's like, sorry, I'm out of commission, I'm done. But the ultimate no-no.
Okay. Yep.
Captain Dan, what's poppin'? So yo, Don Lino. Is he talking? Who's Don? Yo, Don. I see BK Ball Kicker. What's up? Yeah, man. So John on YouTube, 60-kilometer distance, buddy. Where's the depression? You say we don't know math? Show me your math judo. Show me your math karate. Show me your math skills. Show me they can pay the bills. Use them dollars to make some sense. Let's go.
Morning, afternoon, evening.
Hey, what's up?
Sit still flat.
Am I roboting?
Nope.
We are still yet to see examples of supposed Earth curvature that everybody thinks they live on a globe, but nobody can show us the measurements of it. That's the problem. Dave, shutting up.
Sorry, I'm just making fun of people in the VC check-in. Let me post this couple screenshots real fast. Nobody voted. But it's all good, because I got what I was looking for anyway. But question was, should you be floating right now? So join the live stream and tell us why you think you can fly. Dude goes, what? Who thinks it can fly? And just like that, you would float. If there was no gravity, you'd float. So this guy's like, no. I should be flying right now, floating, but I'm not because gravity.
What was that song, CB? I Believe I Can Fly? Who sang it? R. Kelly or somebody like that.
R. Kelly? Yeah. Space Jam.
I get it though. In their mindset, if you take away this so-called gravity, they would be floating, right? Maybe.
Yeah, they do. Hey, look, I'm kind of he's dealing with it right now. If you want to laugh, just go read the VC check-in voice text. So I'm trying to do multitasking here. It's tough.
Things are nuts like you. Shit.
The silence for the globe is deafening. Am I roboting now?
No, you sound good.
The silence for the globe is deafening. If you know what I mean. I guess.
I can't stop laughing.
If the globe existed, this server would not. Prove me wrong.
I can't, because everything I observe and experience tells me that it's flat. Or at least not round.
Definitely not what they taught us, right, Davey?
That's absolutely 100% correct in my book.
Sorry, I'm trying to pay too much attention to the chat. I need to focus on my boys here in the panel.
I keep going back to it too, looking at it. It's entertaining for this early in the morning for me.
I'm just gonna take a second to reply to John on YouTube comments. Sorry, I was AFK. So as Rian said, the Earth Curve calculator is available for you if you'd like to look at that for free. You can observe your 60-kilometer distance, which is what I was asking for to prove or disprove your model in terms of the depression, if it is available. Further, you mentioned it does not matter. You're not going to go off site. I'm not sure what that means, but... And then further, John, flat Earth people tell you how the sun crosses the sky. That is, in fact, what happens. The stuff in the sky moves. The sun and the moon and the stars all move. We do not move. That is a fact. If you have anything further, feel free to, like John, at this point, I really encourage you should join up and see if you can render some observable things that we can comment on. It'd be great. Thanks.
Anybody remember that commercial that was like, I think it was a little cartoon. It's little, I don't know what animal it was. I think it was an animal. But he's walking around, something fell off the tree, and the sky is falling. The sky is falling. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Oh, that book or something?
It was a commercial. I want to say it was an insurance. I want to say it was back in the maybe 80s, early 90s, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm old. When I hear some of these round people talking, that's what I think. That character running around in a daze. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
I don't know why, but that makes me think of that one. There was some home video of people at a rocket launch, and the kid sees that it's going. He's like, "It's going down," and they're like, "No, it's rotation." It's like, nah, you can. Kids are pretty keen. You can tell when something's going down. Like the dumb parents who've been brainwashed. No, it's actually rotation. Shut up, dude. You think these buildings are moving? Give me a break.
It has to go around to go up. That's the explanation to the little kid. It says, why is it going down? Stop asking questions, son. I'll smack you. My favorite answer in elementary school was, I'm the teacher, that's why.
Yeah, that stuff didn't fly with me. Hell no. That stuff did not fly with me when I was little. I needed to know why while I was doing something. Yeah, I need you to do this. All right, why? Because I said so. Well, that's not a good reason, so I'm not going to do it.
They showed me who had the power. I spent 2 years in 5th grade because I asked why.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't know, that's why. Now you got to do it again. Right there, they taught me that if I didn't comply, I wasn't going to get to fly to the next grade. There's just so many fundamental discrepancies in that whole globe thing that makes the cognitive dissonance so thick. And it's so simple. Sometimes it even blows my mind. It's like, are you really going to believe that 2 + 2 = 5? WTF? Like, really? You do the math, it tells you one thing, but they keep wanting to tell you the other and expect you to believe it. And so many of the masses believe it.
I swear I'm going to end up hanging out in the YouTube chat more than anything else. This guy, excuse me, sorry, I just burped. Cheap shot. Do not answer flat earthers' questions. Amazing.
Where is the curve is such a fundamental question that I just totally lost that thought.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they can get past it.
It's fatal that they can't show us.
Yeah.
And they don't even see it.
Yeah, they choose to ignore that topic.
And that's like the main aspect of it. You know, here they got their biggest claim, 3959, and they can't even prove it. They can't even show us where we can go and observe it repeatedly. Like, go there, check it out. Hey, yeah, look, it does curve. And the higher I go, the further over the curve I could see. But none of that exists at all. Poof. It's the only like real claim that they can stick to. And it's flawed. I bet without GPS, they would get lost following a map, sitting in the car with the passenger telling them where to go. Because they can't do simple math. I feel like an idiot when I get worked up about it, too. Isn't math supposed to be an absolute? Or get us to an absolute point? I see somebody mention that in the chat. It makes no difference if they believe this stuff. Earth is a globe until they show us absolute proof it's not. Am I missing something?
Probably robot, but that's the classic reversal of the burden of proof, and the positive claim is that it's a ball. There you go.
But before the Greek conquered shit, it was considered flat. And we got the round model after the Greek became powered. What about that?
The base axiom we all observe level. So positive claim is anti to that. I'll shut up. You guys go.
No, well, to further that, didn't the Greeks base their observation on the fact that it was spinning? Or was it just solely based on a curve? What did they base their premise on? Because they had a presupposition before they proceeded.
They gained power. They could say whatever the hell they wanted. But I don't know exactly which way they stood on it. I just know that that's whenever the major, that's whenever the major change happened from flat, believing that it was flat as a society, to believing it was round as a society.
Right. All I'm alluding to is the idea that they Anybody that bases a model upon the idea of gravity, they're terribly mistaken. There's no common attraction point. Bullshit. That's why we have pier bridges. This is why pier bridges can be built along in a linear fashion versus a radial fashion. No common attraction point. Bullshit. Gravity can kiss my foot.
It would fall too fast to stop and kiss it. Gravity, that is. Oh, there goes the ass I should have kissed. No. Forgive me, I just woke up not too long ago. I'm still a little giddy.
You're good. I'm kind of in the similar mood, actually.
I'm never alone. I love it. I was introduced to in a speaking engagement some years back, about 15 years ago or so. And the only thing the guy could say to introduce me was, "This is the most fundamental guy that I know. Listen to what he has to say."
You're like, Talk about being put on the spot.
Yo, Flatty. What's going on, dude? Or, sorry, not Flatty, but what's happening, Flatman? How's everything going, my friend?
Finished my second blunt of the day.
Nicely done. How's the weather up your way?
Right on. Had a brother stop by, drop me off a T-shirt from a band that recently disbanded. So on the back it says "We heart hot mums," and on the front it's got a chick pinching a loaf on a toilet wearing socks with maple leafs on them.
Love it.
Nice.
Sunset Hate was the name of the band.
You say pinching a loaf?
Well, she could be taking a tinkle. Ladies do sit when they tinkle, so. She's reading a program from one of the concerts the band put on, I guess.
Does she have that grunt look like she's forcing something out? Or does she have that relief look like something's just flowing?
Yeah, she's just like, she's chilling reading, wearing a ball cap and socks.
Well, ladies don't read when they pee, so we can throw that one out.
Uh-oh. Stinky.
This article stinks.
My bathroom time has changed ever since the smartphone came out. I think it was a meme. Guy sitting on a shitter with a phone. And that was the caption. What the hell was it? Smartphones changing the way we shit.
I give you society in 2022, ladies and gentlemen.
As the phones get smarter, the people get dumber. Prove me wrong.
For impact, I say I give you ladies and gentlemen society in 2022.
Needless to say, it was pretty cool to have a brother stop by and bring me a shirt when I sell shirts for a living.
Nice.
That was funny hearing Flatman say pitch and a loaf, though. That was funny, man. I had to say that.
I'm not sure if this is this time around.
Guys, I've been hanging out in the YouTube chat talking to these guys, and it's so interesting just to engage with the characters that we are and know that, like, why wouldn't these folks want to come in and join in with us and chat with the funnies? Prove yourself. Come in with your evidence. Discuss it. Are you scared? We don't bite. We're really genuine people, honestly.
I've ended quite a few discussions in text chat, not on just on this YouTube channel, but whenever I restream the live feed as well, just by saying, "Come on in and join the chat, and we could discuss this instead of going back and forth between text. Just come on in. We can have a civil discussion." They disappear.
I know, man. It's so much easier just to talk to someone like chest to chest, Like, I mean, no, I know we're on the phone, but it's like even this is so much better than the chat. You can hear reflections, their tone, a little bit of emotion, all that stuff. It's much more helpful, I think, to just talk to someone. People want to stay behind the keyboard because it's easier for them. It's
easier to deny the fact.
Yeah, it's kind of weak in my opinion. I mean, I get it. I'm not always in the mood to VC, so I get that. But like, never be like, come on, dude. The fact that you want to, like, if someone starts DMing me an argument, I'm like, nah, dude. I'm not going to sit here and type back and forth with you. If you want to talk, like, join the VC. Let's go. Imagine, like, I don't know, your girl's trying to call you and you're like, no, I just want to text you. You're like, what, dude?
Bruh.
Answer the phone, bro.
And the thing is, you're reading it, right? You're reading the words on the screen with whatever emotion you have in your head versus the emotion that that person has in their head when they write the words that they put on the screen, which is where I say we express things in written form. See how people get offended? What did you mean when you typed that?
You'd spend 2 hours discussing what you meant. I've gone into battles like that with a few people over text.
Ridiculous. A 2-hour discourse versus a 10-minute conversation. Please.
Exactly. Yeah.
Be a grown-up. Pick up the phone. Let's go.
They'll call me to tell me something they could have texted me in 3 words to tell me in 20 minutes. And then they'll text me a book that they could have told me in 3 seconds.
And that's why I hate going into GeoServer. I went into GeoServer, I think it was like Saturday last week. And I posted a couple things in the conversation and just got buried with walls of text. So I just replied to the text and I said, sorry, I don't do walls of text on Discord from Globers, nor do I do private messages, DMs from Globers. I'm like, how are you going to try to slide into my DMs like that? You need to be flat if you want to slide into my DMs. Ain't no globes coming in my DMs. You can't get through the door being a round thing.
Yeah, them Globers, they do like to get in your DMs. And they'll say all kinds of silly shit to get there, too. I used to have my own flat earth server before this one came about. I don't know how many times I got that one in the last month.
Would they say they had their own flat Earth server? What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nah, they're all liars, dude.
I thought the guy was being genuine before he said that.
Yeah, I used to be a flat earther. No, you didn't, dude.
That tells me one of two things. You're lying or you're lying. And you're lying.
We know you lying.
I don't know a flat earther that has gone back to believing in the globe. I just, I hear people say it all the time, but it's true. You never hear of a flat earther that was a glober who woke up, went through the awe and shock of it all, and then say, fuck this, I'm not believing that shit no more. I'm going back to the globe. You never hear that story. You just never do.
It's impossible. It's like going back to believing in Santa Claus is bringing you presents. Like, come on, dude.
Exactly.
That's it.
Quite a while back, I watched a FTFE, Fight the Flat Earth fucking episode, because it was supposed to be a guy who was a flat earther that went back to the globe. So I decided, this must be interesting. I wonder what this guy came across that made him go back and stuff. So I click on it to watch it, and there was nothing there. Like, there was no reason for the guy to go back. It was so weird.
He just chose to flip the switch back on for Cogdis.
I almost had the feeling he might have been being paid to say that shit. I don't know.
Here's something interesting. You get more and more Globers turning into flat earthers every day, right? Because that's just the natural progression of the truth. But you never once, and I think you never once hear about a flat earther turning back into a Glober. And if you do, it's somebody that's like really confusing in the community in the first place, and like you never know where they stand personally. So it's like, I don't even know if I can believe this guy anyway.
Then they tell you about the $3,000 gaming machine they just got.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah.
They got paid.
Anyway, you just never hear people going from flat back to globe. Like, right? It doesn't happen. It's not happening.
100%. The only thing I could see that would motivate somebody to say that it is a flat earther, genuinely, is a paycheck.
Well, I actually want to speak on the somebody in the YouTube stream made a comment about this being a cult. I actually want to speak to that for a moment, because we had that comment come up yesterday, and I had an observation come through my mindset. So,
hey man, if you want to trust your senses and live in the actual reality where you exist, then yeah, come join our cult. We like to focus.
No. Let's take a second to observe this idea of a cult. So, a cult, I really don't even care about the definition of what a cult is, but they gather under a common idea, a common practice, whatever it is, but a commonality is observed. Now, I present you with the idea of what we develop in this community, which is 3 ideas, 3 things, which is 1, the curve has not been observed, it hasn't been demonstrated, and if I look for it, it can't be found. It's like Pokeroo. That's 1. Number 2, gas is an observable pressure, 14.7 psi at the water's level, water's surface. Pressure requires a container. And number 3, the things in the sky move, we don't. Those are the 3 things that we observe, that we have gathered here under that umbrella, thought, idea, thing. So when you have a collection of people who observe 3 things that do not change, that is far from the definition of a cult, you moron. And that's right, I'm going to call you a moron. If anybody thinks that you can gather under 3 ideas and call it a cult, needs to have their values reassessed.
Well, yeah, and who's our leader? The cults all have leaders, so where's our fucking leader? Like, what?
And like the lamest cult ever, I could leave tomorrow if I want. Well, I mean, where would I go? But I mean, you know what I'm saying? No one's keeping me here or forcing me to spend my time here. Or
no,
I'm not paying no dues. Like, usually they take everything you own and shit, too.
Yeah, no. Listen, I keep saying it. The fake Globers out there acting like anti-flat earthers, right? They're doing it to get paid. They're not doing it because they just want to be here, okay? That's insanity. No one does that. They're getting paid to come against us. And I just wish that their local Wendy's down the street would start hiring again, because this is getting annoying. I mean, sad to see my fellow man, woman, or whatever act this way. Globers, you're better than this.
Wendy's would be too much work for them, bro.
No, if the hamburgers are round, they'll at least be able to put the toppings on top.
Wendy's are square, though.
Oh, that's right. They're screwed. Good call.
Got to go to Burger King, bro. I got it. One of those moments.
No, it was a really, really good call. I appreciate it. It was good.
I haven't even smoked my joint yet. Maybe that's what it is. The Globers need to smoke more weed to get a moment of clarity. Get that mind right.
Oh, the YouTube chat's so much fun to play with the trolls sometimes, though. Because you're like, come on.
I get it.
Oh, I was reading our voice stream, our local chat. It's so much fun when you can say, come on, come say it with your chest. Let me hear how much thump you have in your chest to say it with observational strength versus your paid script.
That's it too. And the obvious thing is that they all yap out the side of their neck the same exact way. Like they are following a script. It's like the canned speech that the insurance salesperson learns before he goes out into the field. It's obvious whenever someone has a canned speech already written for them that they could just blah, 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 and sound like they're smart because they're going so fast.
What version of the textbook are you reading from? What version is that?
What? Huh?
The regurgitation of the numbers. 8,000 mile diameter. Blah, blah, blah.
I mean, I want to learn. I want to learn to speak fluently in what I believe here, of all the facts and everything that go along with the flat Earth. But for me, it's the truth of it that is inspiring me, not a motivation of a paycheck.
We know that mass attracts mass. No, mass does not attract mass. Mass is an independent item, or an independent adjective, Yeah, adjective. It is a describing term which describes something that that object possesses, but it is independent. It doesn't have magical powers to pull big things to other big things. No.
Right. Yeah. If gravity was real, it wouldn't require an action to be viewed.
Exactly.
Or observed. It wouldn't require a cat to go up there and knock that piece of paper off the table for gravity to be displayed.
Yes, Davey, my dude, this is the whole idea of kinetic versus potential energy. Right? Again, the book sitting on top of the table has potential energy, the potential to be knocked to the floor. But it can't just get knocked off the table. It doesn't work like that.
It's something that can't be willed. It has to be moved physically.
You have to input an energy in order to observe the book moving. Otherwise, the book is resting. Just like I go to rest on my bed, I go to sleep at night, I rest in place. I don't get up to go nowhere.
The gravity is so powerful that it holds trillions and trillions of tons and gallons of water to the earth, but it doesn't suck me through a mattress.
And when I get up, the only thing that I feel is like, literally, if you ever take your time to get up in the morning, which I don't know, we're getting old, all of us, because we're all getting old. But we can feel as our body weight shifts as we're getting up. There's no magical attraction force that's acting evenly upon my skull, upon my shoulders, upon my torso, upon my knees, upon my ankles, upon my feet. Those items are all independently moving in connection, obviously, relative to my body.
Right.
But I'm moving them. There's no other force that is impacting that. Sorry, go ahead, Davey.
I described something similar in chat last night when Fortes was here. Where does the difference take place when I'm leaning over between gravity and just the weight of my upper body pulling me down to the ground to make me fall? I can stand upright and lean over to a certain point. Is that the point that gravity takes over and smacks my head off the ground? Or is it just my upper body is heavier than my lower body at that point of bending over? What the fuck? But it's not powerful enough to just, boom, smack me to the ground just because I'm standing there. I have to bend over and allow the upper part of my body become heavier than the lower part of my body.
Leaves that hanger between your cheeks for a few minutes. Like, why wouldn't it just yank that right down?
Oh my God, I almost spat out my coffee. You're such a jerk. Holy. You talk about the hanger. Why are you talking about that much for, man? Pinching a loaf.
The dingleberries are just so inclusive to the flat earth and the globe. It's just amazing.
And the chat goes wild.
Dingleberries, dingleberries.
Absolutely hilarious.
Who's that 10th man that always talks about the dingleberries? Wipe your damn ass. You won't get no dingleberries.
So, interesting. Engineering.
I know a few.
Well, no, engineering is just like, it's a practice.
Right.
It's like how stuff works. And I think about the basic fundamental of engineering would be how would I illustrate down? Start from that point. So you take a line, you put a weight on the end, you create a pendulum, and then you start to all of a sudden realize that resembles a construction plumb bob. Construction plumb bob is used in construction. Illustrate down or check if a wall has been constructed at a 90-degree perfect angle.
That would
But
allow.
engineering practice. What I'm saying is to hear somebody, a glober, state engineering, I find is an interesting. It's a conundrum because you can't observe engineering on a globe. You would end up with a germ, right? You'd end up with a ball with a bunch of sticks coming out of it, like a germ on a radial type pattern. Engineering practice has no practice on a ball.
It's not practical and it can't be practiced.
Nice. Very well. I like the construction of your statement. That was well stated.
I don't know what I say half the times when I come off.
No, but sometimes that's what it takes, right? That's
no real deep thought, just off the whim.
Yeah, but I mean, again, you think about all of the principles that would change if you had the idea of Coriolis. So think of the job of a sniper and how his job would get that much more difficult. He pulls out his notepad, his pen, and all of a sudden he has to start considering the fact that shit's moving and he's got to shoot over a curve as well. How the hell would a bullet travel over a curve? How does a targeting system work over a curve? You can't even see a periscope. A submarine tool, which is a periscope, which is the little viewfinder that goes out the top of the submarine at the water's level. That thing is sitting at the water's level, and that bitch doesn't even show a curve. And it has guidelines on it. It has an x-axis line, and it has a y-axis line, and guess what? That horizon matches with the x-axis line, left to right. What the fuck?
Angelina Jolie shows you how to do it in Wanted.
Stop your face. Shit, stop it. Don't even. It's true.
And then can you believe Mythbusters tried it with like an actuator and shit to see if it would work? And oh my god, you guys are morons.
What?
Was that a funny episode?
Oh fuck.
I gotta look that one up.
Guys, somebody believes in dinosaurs. Wow. I didn't think these people actually existed anymore. I thought they'd all been ran off the face of the earth. I thought they were all extinct. How old is the earth? 6,000 years old. 6,000 years, and dinosaurs were not. Oh my gosh, dinosaurs. That's hilarious. So, interesting fact. Bones have collagen in them. And collagen is present in skin. And collagen only has a shelf life of like 10,000 years maximum. So if you're going to show me a dinosaur bone that's fully intact, that means it's either A, fake, or B, it's within 10,000 years. And I don't know the exact part of Scripture that talks about it, but Scripture does make reference to large creatures when they walked, their head and their tail swayed. So, us thinking that the Earth is more than 10,000 years, I'll say 6,000. It's insanity. No.
It's so bizarre, it has to be true. I don't get that thinking.
Yep. You just have to believe it.
Why would anybody want to come on voice chat that's here just to antagonize and provoke and create chaos? Why would they want to come open their mouth? I mean, it's that important that they take the time and effort to think out these well-planned texts. Come in and speak it. Putting Sidewinder, exactly what do you need an explanation for? What's the question referring to? There is no explanation for gravity. I can't observe it. I can't test it. About the best I can explain is buoyancy and density. Narnia. Here I come, Narnia.
Gravity cannot exist without the input of another force. And refraction doesn't change the location of objects.
Hold on, I'm doing an experiment. I'm waiting for gravity to smack my head off the ground. There is no explanation for gravity, Sidewinder. It doesn't exist. If it exists, get your ball wet and throw it in the air and spin it. And you'll see it just flies away. It doesn't stick to the ball. Fundamental observations. In the land of Narnia, they do. But didn't Einstein's theory squash out Newton's work? Or is it just a convenience that they got two different ones to battle two different arguments? Newton, Einstein, Newton. No, it's Einstein. Wait, no, we got to do another experiment. Okay, it's Einstein. But let's forget about the math. Let's forget about the observable curve that nobody can see or measure. Let's forget all about that basic fundamental crap that you stand on and don't fall off the edge whenever the curve comes about. Jesus Christ. It's that frustration you get when you're trying to teach a simple math of 1 + 1 = 2 to a 5-year-old. That's the frustration that I think we deal with the most here. But we're not dealing with 5-year-olds. We're dealing with adults that have been educated, and that seems to be the problem, the indoctrination of this crap. Jupiter's moons are nothing but dingleberries from Uranus.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No,
What do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I haven't really concerned myself with it. You know, I'm if you want to say that, you know, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This room, this specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah,
it's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know like how that, how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something? You know.
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So like the concept of mass attracting mass. Are you aware that that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the hole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say, in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
A gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I mean, there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero. There are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out. It's been done pitch black and so on. Right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration. Just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say. Yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
Right. I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I will just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container?
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, right? And you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that, like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well, as they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says. I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas, liquid, surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean that like having, that's the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right? Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's
Let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's much more suitable for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust. Right. If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking, and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're, let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that, skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort,
yep.
and just basically life into believing in a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. It's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then like hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. Is that fair? Kind of your position on it? Like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if we were to like seriously debate, like if I was some like staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely like disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion, simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively like reject flat Earth as like a serious belief.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's like something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for like about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter. Yeah. A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, You don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually like if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian.
I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
what's a pizza ball?
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things, depending on the quality of the cheese, like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things. Okay. That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. You know, I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at the on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under,
You're just
who knows?
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
So you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. Just as a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man. But on another note, back to the gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
So check this out real quick, Spangle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but I, just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that personally, quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay? And the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides, there are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video. It's nicely done. But there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day. And there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what you're. Yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair, I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man, which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man, is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
Right. I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
The cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread. Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Yes,
that's all come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Most of it is just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, it kind of is just Spanish. I mean, isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it. Like you refry it and put some cheese on it.
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So, if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in
but
German.
Yeah, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catchwave when he sees a woman. Boy, yoing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah, obviously that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question: chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder, basically, without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a TAN into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. God. Yeah, but I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever. But I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Mm-hmm.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westphalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. I'm just that's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW, or where you're from?
No, like NRW, as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah, blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty. And that rhymed. So it's true.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person tongues with puns.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. When I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine. And yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between, American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place, yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany is beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, I think it's in Duisburg, there's a old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool. and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Kind of weird. Yeah. You know, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was, just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. You know, that's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess, you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in, they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? They were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongle, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
can't even remember the name.
All right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni, and I switched unis, right, because I didn't really like my old one anymore, and I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
algebra.
Mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to? Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is, I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1, but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah. I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
It's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah. You can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can carry on and I don't have to add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I mean, oh God, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first page of the script. Yeah. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
The point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got the module handbook. I've got my what you call it
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with my uni again. To
you
get
got
them
appeal.
to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's not that big of a of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the material that they give you is so it's just so I would describe just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's they the first three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first 3 pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that what I meant to say. It's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise. Not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, right. I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically. Something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
For
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spangle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level, and you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality, that the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you?
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really. No.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically.
Well, they taught creation. How so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay. Like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
That was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusions, Mongol? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? Okay. And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not, okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification.
Right.
I mean, it's peculiar. Like, that's not That's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s, and
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, yeah, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's Elijah. I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So, so these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. It seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between church and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen, and that his
Yeah.
takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where's this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant you were baptized, you are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school, carrying on, right?
Can they hear me?
Like
you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Good old Skygazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you could go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
That is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like, oh, it's for fun, bro, it's not so big deal, but it's funny. But I love the channel. I love you guys. So, let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Go.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living, how long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like, I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like, I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people.
You don't mean to, but you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. But can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while. And if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't believe.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer. as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber, or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, you know, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe, and so on and so forth. Right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured believe.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, and when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
okay,
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
you know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? Is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth the sun doing so, right? Like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right, difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object, like two of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. You know, like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean, it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You for the most part you ignore the and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account.
Yeah, the Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's
let me give you another example. Okay, imagine, right? You let's see, you have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large basically stepped like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like, I get that. Like, if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, you know, like just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah. Like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. You can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what?
Like, because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah, blah, blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on. And I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say where is the obstruction, it's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like, everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say, the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes, when light travels from one boundary, through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see, you can't even practically demonstrate that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement, because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
I mean,
if it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed, simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstructing my face or something. But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to Gospel Bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, yup, that checks out. That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, well, that's being blocked. Cool. Okay. That's the Earth curve.
I'm going to ask it a different way. Smoggle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, 1 point whatever miles, I don't get what
okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
I don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a Glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
right? Hold on. Which I'm not gonna go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an alleged, as an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation, based on the math, is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point. The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we, because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you're like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal height.
That's a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my God, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy.
Do I have to
on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing,
because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. All right, let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, this is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstructive. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position is
the horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon is behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
The horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I can see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away, and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's gonna be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about the there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say 1, which implies
I know.
that he
That's what I'm
thinks there
saying.
might be more than one, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than one.
It might get pedantic because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, what is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but
refracted?
when it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve to listen to me.
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy and it doesn't have to get into this. It doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously see nothing wrong with it. Is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, yeah, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this Modus Tollens argument, which Modus Tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
Hey, how do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1 foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1 foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, do you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs? I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call it buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like.
I mean, you're just being skeptical for no. You're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, well, it's not. What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So
Like you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being,
because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not saying
you're being disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and
It's from a video.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
They are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly.
Obscured by what?
Ocean. But water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look right through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay.
Do me a favor. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature, right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured and they're clearly not, like, hitting the water.
They go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
Come on, man, don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related, okay?
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have 2 eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have 2 eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand, and then you closed your left eye, and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, okay, in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay.
That claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim, and it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve, bud. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. Look, what I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible. So
what's obscuring the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's on the first oil rig.
It seems as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction.
Okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig, But then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky. But then past that, we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image, we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is, and how it in no way reflects the actual image? You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys the
land
plane
rat logic.
of the radius
Clearly,
value.
none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, he's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because that's what I do.
Yeah, because I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew, and so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. You like you're looking in the mirror, right? Looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
That guy was such a squirter.
Yeah, definitely. And he kept saying multiple times, I don't know what you're talking about. That's him throwing away the argument, basically. Hand waving it.
The cop out, once he got cornered, he just kind of like, I mean, when he said, well, I typed it in the chat. What did he say? What did he say? I can't see the non-existence, but I can see I can see the curve, but I can't see the non-existence of the curve. It's just like, dude, we're done, you know? What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, he just wanted to be correct and look cool more than learn the truth or have a real conversation.
He was just making shit up at that point because he was cornered.
Yeah. These people just hedging in on the globe when they don't even know it, you know? So funny. Just defend something you know nothing about.
Funny. So it's a slow Saturday afternoon. Yeah, that was a good one. What's it called?
Yeah, I missed that one actually.
Well, I just caught the end of it. But I mean, maybe I'm glad I missed the most part.
Yeah, I think yeah. Pretty much the same the whole way.
Yeah, it's a good one because they broke it down for like, you know, a second grader could have understood it. And he was just still denying the crap out of it. It was crazy.
Well, I see Justin had posted some clips of QE talking to Kosho. You guys want to listen to that?
Yeah, it's split up in 4 pieces.
Yeah, they're all about like approximately 5 minutes long.
Yeah, if you have the whole thing, can ask him maybe.
We don't have to play them one at a time, but like I said, with those audio files that are uploaded, you can just right click on it, go to copy link, and then and play.
Yeah, I did listen to it.
Let's have a listen to the first one. See.
Crank it up.
On the show, man. Stay tuned, man. It's going to be a good one.
I mean, I called it out. It's just embarrassing not knowing the name of it.
Nah, don't worry about it. There's about 500 of them, man, so don't get yourself down too much.
Listen, once I figured that, I was like, I'm going to learn all the fallacies. And then I looked them up, and I was like, I'm just going to stick to red herrings.
It pretty much covers all of it, doesn't it?
You're funny, man.
They use that argument from silence a lot, though.
No, that's just been a recent one. They don't usually use that. That's a Jim Panda special. We got Kosho here, that dumb faggot. He'll probably parrot it. Just give him a chance.
Oh, Kosho's here?
Yeah, I've seen his name. I just scrolled up. Kosho's here. After the 28 ass whoopings he got in here the first 28 days he was in there, he thinks he could come back and like rule the roost and shit. What do you think we forgot? Why don't you regale us with your spinning in different directions star rotation? That's Mickey's favorite.
1v1 about the radius.
Fuck off.
Ooh, who are you? Hold up. Where's Miggy? I heard a formal challenge.
1v1 radius.
For what? He's a rank and file puke, man.
He wasn't formally challenging. He was just saying because he wouldn't do a 1v1.
No, I was saying both in one. I mean, I'm asking again if he'd like to. If he doesn't like to, then
You're
I
a
would
fucking
remind
retard.
he did last time as well.
You're a fucking retard because you're a retard, and I already doused your ass 28 times here. That's not counting the 2 years before that. You're just a fucking clown. Everyone knows it. You think you're cloaked?
Your slip is showing, Coach.
So Coach,
Doused
you guys,
your ass. I like that.
you're still using the star. One second. You're still using the star rotation argument? I thought you guys were beyond that already.
No.
No?
What do you mean still using it? I mean, if it
are you guys defending? Are you guys defending the star rotation argument?
There's no way.
When I say you guys, I mean you and everybody in Jim Panda server.
When you say defending, are you saying using that as like evidence for some reason?
Yeah,
if someone brings up, I generally don't bring stuff like that up, but if someone brings that up, like you are now, I will tell you, the star rotation is a good evidence for the rotation of the Earth.
Okay.
After I pummeled his dumbass over and over for like 3 days.
All right, I'll have a 1v1 with you
like
about
a
the
blind
rotation of
melon
the Earth.
chitlin.
1v1. I heard 1v1, man.
1v1.
So well, there you go.
Were you gonna say something, Elijah? I was gonna say something, but if you're gonna,
but then I heard the 1v1 thing, and then whenever I hear 1v1, I get to shutting up.
All right, so Quantum, do you want to do a 1v1 with Kosho?
On what? His favorite color?
I've offered you the radius, and then again, I offered you just now
the radius.
Rotation of the Earth.
The radius and rotation of the Earth.
Or either or none if you'd like.
I'd like to do your science acumen.
No, we've done that before.
Yeah, we have.
And how did you do? How did you do? Tell us.
Well, hang on, Sonny, 1 second. I just need to know from Quantum if he's going to accept her.
Oh, hell yeah. This will be fun. It's boring.
All right. Nice. Hang on. So everybody else is going to have to go on to mute. I'm going to referee the debate. So nobody else chime in. If you do, I'm going to mute you straight away. Kosher, you know the rules of the debate, right? Objections? Yes or no? So I can tell you.
Yeah. The objections. What are the, what objections can I call?
Well, basically, if Quantum starts doing logical fallacies against you, you say the word objection. Then I intervene and ask you, what is your objection? Don't just straight away say, the objection. I have to ask you, and then you tell, the audience what the objection is about. Then whether it's valid or not, I'll go ahead and let it go, or I will tell you that it's not valid and take one of your objections away. So hopefully it will be a valid objection, and not just, you have to get, when you do the objection, you have to give the person 60 seconds time to say what their objection is. You can't just jump in right after they say objection and then you say objection. Do you understand?
Sure.
All right.
Is there a reason we're using fallacies?
It doesn't have to be fallacies. It could be in any error.
Just any error. As long as it's valid. I mean, just don't just interrupt for the sake of interruption.
We'll see how that goes. I mean,
You have to justify your objections. What he's trying to say. Whether you object to, if you'd shut the fuck up, you might learn something. If you can object to anything, if there's a logical fallacy that you hear, if there's an error, if I incorrectly demonstrate your position, anything like that, as long as you can justify it, you're good. Make your state, you're good. But if you fuck up, then you lose your objections.
Right.
Really, if you don't like what somebody else is saying, you can just object to them.
No, that's not a good reason. You have to state a valid reason. So long as you understand, then we can continue. Do you understand?
And what happens after the objection? What's the consequence of
that? What do you mean after? Like, I allow you time to give you the state your objection. Like I said, if it's valid, then I'll let you continue. If it's invalid, I'll pull that objection. I'll say no, it's not a valid objection. And you don't. Here's one thing I don't want happening. Give me commentary as to why I'm taking it away. Just know that I took it away because it's invalid. If you want to talk about anything of the debate, we can do it after the debate, not during.
See how it goes. And you wanted to do rotation, or you wanted to do the radius?
If Miggy upholds your objection, he'll make you an apple pie.
Very nice.
Okay.
Did you prefer the radius from the other night?
I don't give a fuck what you bring up.
All right, Kosho, since you're bringing up the topic, you go ahead and lead off.
I'm not clear which topic.
You're not clear which topic you want to bring up? That's not surprising.
You're leading, Kosho, so you pick the topic.
Well, we can go with the radius.
Whoa. We'll go with what?
Go.
What?
Go.
With what?
I guess the radius. The radius is fine with me.
Radius of the Earth?
Yeah, let's go with that. The radius of the Earth. Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Other than the radius or something.
Radius of the Earth. Okay, what's up with the radius of the Earth?
All right, I guess there's I have to play part 2 now because it finally got to a point. Hold on.
Yeah, next one is short as well. I think shorter than this first one.
Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't even have played that one. I didn't know I hadn't listened to it before. But I think I was listening to it live when it was happening, but that was a while ago. That was like probably over a year ago or something. This.
All right. Well, often you bring up. Lately seems to be the fad to bring up Al-Biruni for some reason.
For some reason, yeah, that's where you get your radius.
Yeah. Mm-hmm, right. He did a nice method, but honestly, since I've been in these conversations, I've usually brought up Eratosthenes because of how much older his method was and how it's been used for.
All right, objection, Your Honor.
Hey, hang on. What's your objection, Quantum?
Argument to age fallacy.
Continue, please.
Yes, he brought up because it was older, whatever the fuck that means. That's a fallacy. Nothing's true because of its age. Argument to age fallacy.
I'll write that down. Thank you.
Just tune in Saturday.
Sure. So it's been used. It's been used for a long time, and
that doesn't make it true. Objection, Your Honor.
Yep. Quantum, what's your objection?
He's continuing on the argument to age fallacy. It's been used for a long time. It doesn't make it fucking true. That's an error in reasoning.
That's valid.
Thank you. I'll take note of that as well.
Fallacy, in other words. So that's
Eratosthenes method.
Somebody keep a list. 2 fallacies so far within the first minute. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sure, you're good. Right. So
I know I'm good.
It was very close to the value we have today. I've done this method with
objection, Your Honor.
Quantum, what is your objection?
Very close to the value today. By chance, where did you get that value from today?
The value that we use today? Right. There's several ways. Sure, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, go ahead and tell us where you got that value today.
Right. So you can trust that anyone who uses the recognized value, whether you get it from somewhere like Google Maps or something like that,
Google
Maps. Yes.
Where did Google Maps get the value?
I mean, they collect their own data, but they may have
what data?
From planes they fly around, they travel. They have maps of the entire world.
Okay, tell us. Objection, Your Honor.
Yep. What is your objection?
He's just making shit up. How the fuck did planes give you the radius?
Right, Kosho, do you have any detailed information as to how they ascertained that information? Google?
No, I don't. No. How Google got their distances around the world? No.
Okay,
I can look it up for you, QE, but you could look it up while I'm talking.
Right. So I got you. So the only thing you know right now is that they have this information. You don't know how they obtained it. Is that correct?
How Google obtained it? No. Yeah. I mean, I'm using Google as an example. There's plenty.
I understand, but
people.
I understand, Kosho. No, I'm just clarifying. I'm just clarifying because
An example of what?
you brought it up, so that's why I'm clarifying.
An example of no evidence that you have.
No
Thank
example of the circumference in some kind of way, the size.
Well,
so
where'd
I'm
they
using
get it from?
Eratosthenes. I'm going up with him. You're asking about modern day
Whoa,
numbers.
Eratosthenes. Holy fuck!
Yeah,
Wait
that's
a
what I
second.
started out talking about. That's right.
Okay, Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes did what? Did he perform an experiment?
I'd say it's more of a measurement than an experiment.
So what did he measure?
The angles from the sun from two different locations. The difference between
angles from the sun from two different locations. So did he have a number of assumptions?
I guess we're ready for part 3 now. Hold on, give me a sec. I was typing in the live stream text.
With his angles.
I wouldn't call them assumptions, but
How about the distance from the Earth to the sun? Did he assume that?
no,
He did not.
no. He basically, since they already understood that the angles were different, the same reason Aristarchus had done it. They, as long as the angles were parallel from one another between us and some other distance, or us and the moon, for instance.
Yeah.
Then you can conclude that the
Please
moon
go
is.
through the method that Eratosthenes performed, please, and then validate it.
Oh, well, I can give you a simple.
No.
Method. His exact
Objection,
method.
Your Honor.
What is your objection, Quantum?
He's making shit up. He can give me the simple version. No, we want the version.
Kosho?
Right. Like I said, I can give you a simple version.
No, objection, Your Honor.
No. Yep. What is your objection?
It's the same one as the 5 seconds ago. He's giving me the simple version. No, I don't want the simple version. I want
I
the
don't know.
fucking version.
Aristarchus did it. I wasn't around back then.
Not Aristarchus. Fucking Eratosthenes.
You rewind it. You asked me how Aristarchus had done it.
I did not.
All right. So are we talking about Eratosthenes or Aristarchus, Kosho?
Well, originally I was talking about Eratosthenes. On this question specifically, I'm talking about the parallel light and why that's not an assumption.
Parallel light rays. Really? Did Eratosthenes or Aristarchus take into a refraction?
Did they take a refraction? They didn't know about refraction back then.
Okay, so they didn't take it into
refraction. It's not going to come into play in this observation.
Oh, yes, it is. Does fucking the atmosphere bend light, baller?
It can.
Does the atmosphere bend a fucking light?
Yeah, it can, yeah.
Well, there you go. Your whole argument's kaput.
Okay, well, it bends light at the most extreme when it's on the horizon.
Yeah, we don't really care.
I know you don't, but it bends light the least, almost zero, at noon, the time this experiment or this measurement was done.
Really?
And we're using noon, where there's no refraction.
So
we're
what
fine.
type of refraction are you using?
Zero kind. There's no refraction because it's
The
noon.
zero kind. Okay, so he took the zero kind. What the fuck kind is that?
Now where there's no refraction.
There's no refraction in sunlight.
No refraction at noon, or it's at least the very minimum, the very least.
At noon, where?
From the sun's location. So the sun's going to be
From the sun's location, where?
from that direction.
Okay, did he use two different locations?
You two locations at noon at both locations.
At noon at both. How did he? How in the fuck? At 200 BC was he at both locations?
At both locations.
What?
Let's say I have a slave like he did. You ask your slave, hey, tomorrow at noon, make this measurement.
You're a
He does it.
fucking
Hey.
slave? Are you making this
Yeah,
shit
he
up?
sent his slave.
I what?
No,
Objection, Your Honor.
Aristophanes had sent his
Okay,
slave.
hang on, Kosho. What is your objection?
Objection, Your Honor. He's making shit up. His slave. He sent his slave somewhere. What the fuck?
All right, Kosho, did you get any information as to what was
Objection,
really
he's
going on with
making
this, or
shit
you,
up.
filling in, with your own idea of how things come out?
Good question. I understand QE brought that up,
That's
so it's a good
funny.
thing to ask me.
Okay.
Believe it or not, no, I'm not making this
Have you
up.
ever talked to
So,
Kosho? What's
Go
going on?
ahead and prove, I guess, somehow that Aristarchus
Oh,
had a
yeah.
slave.
Yeah, he's a
I'll tell you
fucking-
his name.
he's-
Okay?
Yeah.
But
He's
you can
out of
tell me.
control, bro.
No, we don't want you to continue. No.
Yeah, I've talked to him for hours on end. He's fucking. He does the same thing every time.
That's why we're kind of going with this. So, and if you do have the information to that, that's fine.
I
If
guess
not,
this is
we can
specialty.
probably go on to your other point. How about that?
Let's go ahead and show you guys that he sent his slave. Yeah, that's the important part.
At
Or it's just
200
the
BC,
police
you
don't-
got information
Wait
that
a
he sent his slave, right? I want primary
Hold on.
documentation.
Let's see what we can find. Aristophanes' slave.
Yeah, we'll give you a minute. Go ahead.
I need primary documentation, Your Honor.
Okay, so there's primary documentation requested.
Yep.
Do you want his birth certificate or what exactly?
No, I want right from his hand. to paper or papyrus?
Oh, right, to Aristophanes' hand that he wrote about his slave.
Yeah, Eratosthenes to papyrus.
I'm not sure that he did. I don't think I have access to that either.
Well, shit. Okay. You better move on to your next point because this one's circling the drain at light speed.
Right. The most. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go.
Put in the right text channel, Coach. Don't forget.
God. Yeah, I think this is from like 20 like
your argument back, dude. Okay, what you got?
I think this was recorded like 2 years ago, over 2 years ago.
This calls it an experiment.
Yeah, 1 second, real quick, Kosho. QE, can you look that over? Because I'm going to give you a second to look it over and make sure.
Yeah, he sent a source. It says the Eratosthenes experiment. The Eratosthenes never performed an experiment. I can stop it right now without fucking looking anywhere else. Was this a scientific experiment?
I wouldn't call it an experiment, no.
Well, that's what your source called it, so you're fucking contradicting your source.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with him in
then
term that they're using for
objection,
this
Your Honor.
experiment or not.
What's your objection, Quantum?
Objection, Your Honor. He provided source reference that calls it an experiment.
Oh my god.
All right, so here's part 4. This is the last installment of the conversation with Kosho. This is how it goes with Kosho every time you talk to him. So don't pretend that every time a flat earther talks to Kosho that it doesn't go the same way. It always does.
Yeah, the amount of fallacies. It's insane.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see if this works.
Tough one.
I said, is an experiment. He said no, so he's contradicting his source.
I'd be careful, QE, because if that's a fallacy, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, it's contradicting, though, isn't it, Kosho?
Not at all. No.
They're
calling it an experiment. I personally wouldn't for the pure reason that QE.
I don't get. Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, hang on, Kosho. What's your objection, Quantum?
Objection, Your Honor. Like I just said, his source. I just tried to pull up his whole fucking reference. He doesn't know the difference between citation and reference, number 1. Number 2, he elephant hurls fallacies me with the whole fucking reference, stating at the top, the headline, that it was an experiment. I asked him, is this an experiment? He wouldn't classify it as an experiment. He's in direct contradiction with the reference that he provided.
It's not an elephant hurl.
Correct. That's it.
I cited
you didn't cite anything. You gave me a reference.
I did. You just didn't read it. You just didn't read it.
This is a
reference and a citation, but it's fine.
Oh,
you don't have to quibble about that.
Okay.
This is bullshit.
Sure. Right. So,
all right. No. So you don't continue. You're in contradiction. Paradox.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and stop this particular point. Is that all you have for this one?
Unless he can show that it's an experiment.
Okay. So that's where we're at right now, Kosho. Unless you can provide evidence that this is an experiment, we're going to go ahead and pause this argument.
No, I think QE wins. He proved me wrong. I think we're good here.
It's not win or loss. It's just if this is your source, it says an experiment, I have no problem with it. As long as you can give me the natural phenomena observed, the hypothesis, identify the key components of the hypothesis, the experiment, what's in the experiment, and the validation, I have no problem with it.
I would personally call it an experiment. But
here we go again, circle jerking around. What's your next point?
Was there another topic you wanted to bring up?
So I just want to get this straight. We're talking about the radius of the Earth, and the reason why it's proved wrong is because this article that describes Aristophanes as sending his slave.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah. What's your objection?
In contradiction with
he's circle jerking back to the. Shut up. There's an objection. He's circle jerking us back to his paradox.
Right. So we're not
next point.
Yeah, we're not going to go back to that point, Kosho.
He asked me. That's why I thought I would answer.
I understand. No, let's go to the next point.
That's what I'm asking though. So we're done with the radius, or I can continue to talk about the radius.
He brought it up.
Yeah.
He brought the first subject up. It's my next point. So it's my contention that you wouldn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was if it landed on your face, spun around, and whistled Dixie. So I would like to stop right there.
Okay, hang on. There's an objection. Kosho, what's your objection?
What does this have to do with the radius?
Okay, so
we're done with the radius.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe Kosho didn't get it clear. Kosho, I'm gonna go ahead and allow it this time because you probably misunderstood. But we're not talking about that any longer.
Oh, so then the 1v1's over then.
Well, yeah. If you want to end it, we could end it. That's for sure.
He's ending it. Be clear. He's ending it. We're talking about the radius. No, the 1v1. He's ending that.
Between you and him, he wanted to move to another point. But if you want to,
well then he probably asked me that then.
Right. So that's why I was making clear. If you wanted to move to another point, if not, you wanted to end it, you could do that too.
No, not if they're gonna be like this. No, because we had a conversation about the radius that he ended because of Aristophanes' slave and the record of that. So no, I'm not going to continue with him about a conversation about something else.
Well, thank you for the debate, guys. Before that, I'm going to ask you if you want to do a final thought, Quantum and Kosho. It's up to you guys. Final thought, yes or no, guys? No,
I can do one. I mean, if he's going to laugh during his.
All right. So, Kosho, go ahead and do a final thought on the debate, and then I'll let Quantum.
They said I asked him to do a 1v1 about the radius. We didn't talk about the radius. I don't think at all. Which is kind of it's a bad way for a conversation about the radius to go. But we did end up having a disagreement about the slave that Eratosthenes had sent. And for some reason, the fact that he sent a slave, and because the magazine article that wrote about this calls it an experiment, QE can't continue. So there's not much else to say other than we didn't talk about the radius at all.
Okay. Quantum, did you want to put a final thought? Okay.
The laughing at the end is gold.
Yeah, I mean, this is my end statement. Just laughing at this numpty dipshit. I'll let you. I mean, QE can be a total dick, and so can we sometimes. But that right there, I mean, with all the obfuscation this idiot was doing, and I've talked to him for hours on end. He deserved that, you know. Like, oh, that wasn't a real conversation. No. Have you ever tried talking to Kosho? It's impossible. This motherfucker has every single obfuscation that you could ever think of without being honest. He'll come up with it. I mean, he's a master obfuscator.
Is he still a member of this Discord?
Nah, we let him in every once in a while, but no, yeah, he's been here before.
He's like a more lying version than Matthew, or the same?
No. Matthew, I think, is genuine. And as far as like his conviction goes, and his spirit and his attitude, I don't mind Matthew being here. But no, Kosho, he's you just heard what you heard.
Yeah.
So that's why we let him in every once in a while for like to play with him. It's like, hey, you know, he's the jester for the court.
Yeah, many people are willingly ignorant, and
no, he's doing this shit on purpose. He's doing it on purpose, and he's very. I wouldn't even call him sly, because after, you know, just like the last interview that we listened to. Once you corner someone, they have to start making shit up because they don't really have an answer anymore. And Kosho, like, for some reason, thinks that he can do that with us again. He's been in this community for almost the entire time I've been here. You know, he's been here for years, and he still says shit like that. You know. Bro.
Yeah, then he's just a troll, I guess.
Yeah, he's a troll. He's a troll and a time waster. Yeah, that's his purpose, is to waste people's time. He doesn't really have. See, if someone's a genuine globe earther, they're gonna have to say, you know what? I just disagree with you. I think the Earth, just like Matthew. Matthew's like, hey, all right,
yeah,
cool. I believe what they say about the globe. You don't.
The sad thing is, Matthew agrees upon many things all the time, but at the end, he still thinks the Earth is a ball.
No, sure, and I get that, but he's not. He doesn't make shit up like this, like Kosho does, you know. And and like 40 was in here yesterday, and he's been in here many times. It's just like we don't like to waste a lot of time with those people, but we also let them in here sometimes so we can show you what time wasters are doing. And Kosho's definitely a time waster. I mean, he didn't say anything that had any value at all. And he'll be like, oh, it's because QE and Miguel were fucking just stepping on me. No, bro. You came in here.
Same as the German guy, that one German guy, which his name is Time Waster. He's really also time waster.
Really? Well, I mean, dude, if you come in, dude, what if I like create another account where I went into other servers and with the name Time Waster, and I was just walked in there. I was like, "What you guys talking about?"
No, someone gave him that name, and also someone on this Discord named him like that.
Oh, okay, my bad.
After
Yeah, bro.
wasting time.
Yeah, it's just like people. It's like if I'm talking, I'm talking about something I'm passionate about, or I'm making jokes or having fun. But if we're talking about the flat Earth and like somebody like Kosho or 40 comes in, or there's so many others that really, I don't know if you even know why they bother with us. They're obsessed with flat Earth even more than we are.
You know what the real problem is with most Globers is that the foundation that they need to understand this topic is really not there, I mean, these people still debate about if 9/11 was this or that, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And you know what's also crazy is that YouTube will censor us for talking about some certain topics, but we can talk about 9/11 all day and they'll let that shit go.
Oh, really?
Like recent topics, like what happened in 2020, with the lockdown and all that kind of stuff. We can't go into all kinds of shit about that because they'll they'll censor us.
It's hard to hide the most obvious fraud, which is.
And you know what? Well, yeah. Well, it's not hard to hide it because it was in front of everyone's face,
Yeah.
But there's but this latest thing with the recent debacle from 2020 that destroyed the flu. We can't talk about it. But guess who can? Jim Brewer, right, Jenny?
Jim Brewer rocks.
I watched that. I watched that video again, just like an hour ago.
Remember when I told you I had to go to bed? Me that link anyway, and I watched that son of a bitch. And something's really funny when you are by yourself and you laugh. I even had my leg up at one time.
Dude, I'm outside smoking. And I'm like, I wonder if my neighbors think I'm crazy because I'm laughing. Dude, if you haven't seen this video, I'm about to post it.
Hey, I want to do a shout out. Hey, I want to do a shout out to Flat Earth Banjo. He's been collecting TikTok conversations about what people are saying about Flat Earth. So, hell yeah, out to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I've been seeing that.
Yeah, shout out to Flat Earth Banjo, and Jim Brewer because he has a podcast too. So when I post this video, definitely subscribe to his channel too. I can't play it on here because I might get a strike, but definitely click on that link. You can watch the video later and listen to his podcast too. He has other comedians and stuff.
Are you able to post it in the chat or?
Yeah, I can post it. I can post his channel and his video in the chat, but I can't play it live.
Yeah, that's cool. Still, not much you can do about censorship.
But he's this. I mean, he has this comedy show that he created called "Somebody Had to Say It." And it's all about the what's been happening in the past couple of years with the lockdown stuff, So.
Oh man, the shit he says and how he says it. How he impersonates a governor and shit. Man, that makes me want to pee my fucking pants. It's so fucking fun.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, you got to watch.
Oh, highly recommend.
I wish I could play it on here, but I can't.
Oh man, you know what? We should get contact Jim Brewer's people and get permission.
No,
damn it.
The YouTube doesn't work like that.
I guess. Fuckers. Fuckers. Bunch of fuckers.
I was just watching it again for the third time today, and he's fucking.
Dude, I need to rewatch it again. I need to rewatch it. It'd be good for me.
It's
good.
just like
for
I
my
was watching
soul.
it again, and I was like, "Oh, I forgot about that part." And he's so freaking awesome.
Hey, but listen, it would be good for any human soul to memorize some of the shit he says. Because man, woo,
So,
you gotta
yeah, here
laugh
we go.
about it. The only
Yeah,
thing you
I
can
just posted the link. Everybody click on it. It's here and watch that special. Subscribe to his channel. He has a podcast that he puts out all the time. And,
and I know.
And he says the same kind of shit on his podcast. I don't know how he gets away with it because we can't get away with it. But I think it's because he's a celebrity.
He must have struck a deal somehow. Oh,
Because he
I
says
know
shit we
he's-
can't say on here, you know.
right? And he says it on YouTube too.
Yeah. Yeah, man,
So,
that's
yeah,
where he put his special out is on YouTube. Because have you ever listened to Andrew Schultz?
Nope.
Oh, here's another comedian you should listen to.
Well, shoot me a DM.
He was trying to get a well, I mean, he had a deal with. He didn't say it was Netflix. He has a podcast.
Right. Well, hey, listen. You know what though? See, the thing is me and you, we ain't coincidence theorists. So something's going on. So
No.
you know, the world stage episode of Jim Brewer. You know what? Big thumbs up for Jim, whatever his deal is.
And big thumbs up for Andrew too, because he had a big, wasn't even a big deal apparently from I listen to his podcast all the time. So he's just like,
He got
you know, I
special
put this out.
permission from somebody, and it'd be cool to know who the fuck it was, but we'll probably never know. You know, because we ain't coincidence theorists. Remember, y'all? Let's not forget that part. Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, we're all coincidence theorists, right? See, Andrew already, after he put it out on his own, when he refused to have all the edits when he did his special, he had offers from probably Netflix. He didn't say which company.
Jim Brewer
It was probably
is
Netflix.
super special. Jim Brewer is super special. He is.
He's a great guy. and so is Andrew. He's funny. I mean, he has his podcast. He had Joe Rogan on there. He's had all the great comedians and stuff. So, like, he has a podcast every week where he has, like,
It might be really good of us to find out what special permission Jim Brewer has to say about everyday life as it goes on, you know?
I don't know. Well, just watch his podcast. He talks about it all the time.
I know, but he's got special permission, and I want to know what he has to say.
I know, because if we start talking about some of the shit he talked about, then they'll take our channel down.
Yeah, so he's got saucy permission to talk about saucy stuff. Well,
I don't know.
you know,
I don't know
things
how
just
it works.
don't happen organically. You just don't happen to have that chance.
Right. I mean, we only have a few thousand subscribers, and he has a few 100,000 subscribers. So,
So Jim Brewer is definitely confirmed world player on the world stage. Confirmed for sure. Props to Jim. I hope he's okay in life and all.
Hey, Jen, check that link I just posted. Watch that one. I mean, he's out of control, but he's funny as well. He's a crowd worker, like comedian. He just he has jokes, of his own, stories and stuff, but he also works the crowd too. He's freaking hilarious, bro. He's insane.
Reason. Okay.
If you haven't ever seen him before, won't blow your mind. It's like some of the shit that he comes up with off the top of his head, when he's working the crowd.
Oh, sorry, man. I don't think I was mentioning this dude.
He's pretty controversial in some of the shit that he says. So I don't talk about it, but I follow his podcast and stuff. And he, like I said, he has a podcast where he has, people like Joe Rogan. He had Alex Jones on a couple times.
That's soft, right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, it's just like he's got a crew. He's got all. He had Joe Coy on. He had Joe Coy on last week. Was a huge comedian and stuff. Whatever. He's funny as hell.
What about Andrew Tate? He was definitely sus to me right off the bat. For him to be on like the national news, getting canceled. So then everybody goes to his channel to find out what he's all about. And you know what I'm saying?
Who knows? I just, I listen to what they say. If it's funny, I laugh.
Well, remember, there's just no coincidence. Things don't just happen by coincidence.
I'm just saying.
So it's like, don't be
funny.
Don't be suspicious. So yeah, having Alex Jones on your show, you're automatically suspicious.
No, but what happened on there? You got to watch his show with Alex Jones. I think they took it down. To be honest,
I don't know. I'll give it a try. I don't know. We'll see.
But they were sitting there drinking. Him and Alex were sitting there smoking weed and drinking Jameson the whole time.
Oh, that might be interesting.
Dude, it was fucking hilarious. Like for 2 hours, Alex and him were sitting there just like getting
Alex
drunk.
smoking weed. Okay.
Dude, yeah, bro. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, subscribe to Andrew Schultz channel. He's got.
I will. I got to watch later. I will.
I'll post the see if it's still up. I'll see if I can find the Alex Jones.
Okay, so it might be a worthy time distraction to go into that one.
It's funny as shit. It's funny as shit because Alex gets drunk and he starts revealing like his fucking craziness.
So what TV shows are you watching right now? Like sci-fi ones or something?
Well, I'm watching the new season of The Handmaid's Tale.
I haven't done that yet. I almost feel like I should rewatch the season prior to.
Well, they at the intro they actually give you a pretty good replay or.
Okay, nice.
But you can also watch some stuff on YouTube that will remind you of the 4 seasons before or whatever.
Yeah.
So far it's pretty good. But I was like smoking and I started listening to what's going on here on the YouTube channel. We were playing some old clips and stuff. And I was like,
well, you already know what brought me in here today. I was watching a YouTube video of Flat Earth Banjo collecting what people are saying about Flat Earth on TikTok. And I think it's pretty huge from what I've been hearing from people. That's a pretty big topic on TikTok. So hats off to everyone talking about it on TikTok. Woo, woo.
Hey,
for sure.
They took the Alex Jones. They took the Alex Jones video off of Andrew's channel. So
hey, Julio, you got Uber in here.
Who's that?
Uber. He's VC verified.
What up, Uber?
Yeah, go for it.
What up, Uber? You're driving yourself out of a job, buddy. What's up?
Oh, what's up, guys? I'm just here to listen. I'm not really.
Cool. Hey, no, you're good. Hey, I just have one question for you, and you may have talked about this already in your verification process. How did you come across the topic that people are talking about the Earth is flat?
I mean, I've always kind of known that there's some not right with the information that we were given.
Like, is specifically?
That was years ago, so I don't really remember.
What? See, now stuff like that is very firm in my mind. But you know what? If you believe in the globe, it's okay. You don't have to, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, but you don't have to pretend like you're a flat earther to get along with people here. So if anybody hates
on that point, hold on, check this out. Uber, how did you find the link to get here where you're talking to us now?
A buddy sent it to me.
Yeah. So have you guys talked about the topic before?
Oh yeah, many times.
Okay,
cool. So you wanted to come here and talk to other people that think that is your buddy a flat earther?
Yeah, I think we're kind of like convinced, looking at this for like about a few weeks.
Oh, nice. So what was the thing that made you really go, what the fuck? What was your moment?
There was a lot of them. There's a lot of things that
But
were
what's like the
verifiable
first
that
one?
made us think that the Earth was flat.
Jenny, can you let him answer the question before you start talking again?
Whoa, that's rich coming from you, but okay. Go ahead, new person. Go ahead, Uber. Go ahead.
Well, I did know that everything that came out of NASA was a lie.
Really? Like
Yeah,
so?
I've known that for years now.
Okay. All right.
It just felt like I've seen like the documentary that completely debunks the moon landing.
Oh, there's several of them. They're really awesome. Oh, sorry. Do you remember the documentary you saw? Which moon documentary did you see?
American Moon. It's
That's
a
a
3.5
good one.
hour. It's 3.5
Yeah,
hour.
that's a good one. That's a good one.
But I've always seen like I've always thought these like common experiments that would like prove the globe Earth were like real. I never really looked into them that much. At the point, to be honest, I really didn't care either way what shape the planet was, because it really, in my mind, it didn't really matter.
Really?
By the way, it's not a planet.
Well, no, that's okay. So you think why does it matter?
I just wasn't interested in that at the time.
Well, we're giving our money to people who aren't using it appropriately, for one. That's not right. It's actually, a lot of people see it as a crime against humanity, the deception. So, because what it ultimately does, amongst other things, is it takes the creator out of our existence. You know, something came out of nothing, the Big Bang, evolution, a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, real quick
And
before anybody jumps in, I just want to say that as new people come in here, like the new ones, I'm gonna unmute them so that they can have the right to speak. So Sickle and Sword, you're new. I just unmuted you, so you have the control of your mic. You can speak if you want to, or join in the conversation. But just kind of let, if new people come in here, I'm just gonna unmute them so that they can speak.
Well, as long as they're VC verified, yeah, it's all good.
Well, I'm in here, so it's cool.
Hey, well, it's kind of slow right now, so yeah, we can VC verify them, unless they're just going to play a bunch of noise. We can mute them, right away.
Mute them right away if they get rambunctious. Don't worry about that.
I'm good with that.
Go ahead. Uber, go ahead.
Well, I mean, to answer your questions, like recently, once my friend brought me in here, I saw like these arguments that on like these YouTube science guys, like how they famous ones that they use to prove the globe Earth. I've realized that these models and experiments were actually flawed, and they weren't actually really proven. And the ones you can do yourself on amateur scale.
You know what's really crazy is you don't even need science to prove that the Earth is flat. All you have to do is go out and measure it.
Right.
So it's not a science question on what the Earth shape is.
I'm just talking about the guy, like Veritasium.
Yeah.
Those guys,
Yeah. No. That's the crazy part, though. Isn't that crazy, though? People get all wound up on that it's science, the heliocentric theory.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, and I recently watched the like one of the videos is why these stars rotate in opposite directions in the north and south. And
well, I mean, their claim is that the surface of Earth is water and that the water is curving to form a ball, right? So demonstrate the surface of water curving to form a ball, or the Earth's not a globe.
See, yeah, there's two different conversations. You can disprove the heliocentric theory, or you can talk about how it measures flat and stationary. Right?
Yeah.
Because you don't need to look up into the sky to figure out the ground you're standing upon has no curvature aside from topography. water unmanipulated is always level. No one can demonstrate otherwise. That's kind of weird.
Right. Yeah, I've seen laser experiments over these long ass lakes, and it's flat, all the way through. I've seen that one video of you guys using that infrared picture over the French Riviera. That one's insane. That one's pretty insane.
Oh, the one in the airplane? I'm trying to remember the dude's name.
No.
Oh.
The one with the infrared camera that's looking
Yeah, Jay Poland.
9,000 feet high.
Wasn't it Jay Poland?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure that.
Can you post a video in the live stream so that we can. I don't know which one that is actually.
I'm sure I'll find it.
If you got it in your history or whatever, you can pull it up and put it in the live stream voice text. That'd be great.
Hey, Maggie.
What's up, Jenny?
Not a lot. Just hanging out for a second.
It was.
How about you? I came in today because I saw Flat Earth Banjo's video collecting what people are on TikTok talking about Flat Earth. So I was like, yes.
Anyway,
So,
this is the video I posted.
It's is that it?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick look. Oh man, that's what's his face on this server.
What? Who?
The admin, what's his name? I forgot his name.
Indio.
No.
What?
Click that video and you'll hear his voice.
Okay.
But regardless, that's it was a video to show how these cameras pick up vision from way past
Me more of that.
the supposed curve.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he's that guy.
No, that's Indio's video. I just
well, it's Meme's voice.
It's what?
The
It's Meme. Sorry, Maggie.
Oh, his voice. But Indio made the video from this server. They were.
Yep.
He just caught the audio. That's Indio's channel. That's Indio's channel. He made the video.
And Mickey, guess what? I'm right next to a Mirage. Isn't that insane?
Really?
Right in the suburbs of Chicago, so I'm right next to the Mirage. I could enter into the Mirage.
Hey, what happened to Tennessee? I thought you were in Tennessee, Jen.
No, I told you. I moved.
Yeah, you be moving.
I was on a mission, and my mission did not go as planned.
Oh, okay. So you're back now. You're in Chicago.
See, where it went wrong is I diverted from the original plan of the mission.
Oh, I remember now.
So yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's the mission? Flat smacking everyone on the road.
Yeah, so now every 3 minutes, there's an airplane that goes directly above my fucking head.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
terrible.
We also got outside of Uber, we also have Franberry. Franberry's VC verified also, so probably a new person.
Welcome, Franberry.
Well, who unmuted Sickle and Sword? That's PD.
I did.
Yeah, well, yeah, but Sickle and Sword deafen. So
hey, this place is for everybody, so you guys can just chime in.
Yep. And I think Uber was mentioning that video. That was a convincing way that he actually saw good evidence, for the case, right? For the Earth not to be a globe. That's great, and it's good on you, man, that you're on your journey. Go ahead, Quets.
Nah, I just wanted to say, refraction over land is way less than over seas or water, supposedly. So
sure, because when you're on land, I mean, the horizon can change depending on
there's another one
topography. But over water, it can change due to atmospheric conditions and all. Yeah, it's different when you're looking across land.
All right, so everybody that's listening right now, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and we are talking right now through YouTube. So if you're listening right now on YouTube and you want to join us, there's a link that you can click on, and you can come and join us and have a conversation. We have right now Helio Skeptic, Jenny, me, Miggy, Franberry's in here, Clay Under Seals joining us, Polly V. We got Quetz in here, President Orion, Uber, Tim's hanging out. You guys come join in and just have a chat with us. It doesn't matter if you believe the Earth is a globe. The conversation is very interesting. We definitely want to talk about, why you think it's a globe. But if you do think it is and you have evidence, please come in here. That is all.
Well said, brother. Thanks.
Thanks, Mickey, man. That's good stuff.
Yep. Get your butt in here.
Well, Franberry said hi in the live stream voice text chat. So, Fran, you can go ahead and open your microphone and have a chat with us.
Yeah, it's Saturday night, so we do want to talk to people about the shape of the Earth. Very interesting topic.
Oh, say Fram said the microphone broke 2 months ago.
Just a hot tip on the microphones. Dollar stores have them for like $1.
Yeah, you can go to the Dollar Tree and get a headphones.
I'm just throwing it out there, man. Walmart's got them super cheap.
Oh, man.
It's so sad that we have we have to give Franberry Broken Mic Gang roll.
Yeah, there's like 1,001 ways to get a microphone. So trust me, it's not. Your phone has a microphone even. Like
you have a phone. Yeah, you can do it without fucking headphones. Pardon my French.
Oh, wow.
When somebody says their microphone is broken, I don't know about that.
I think you're lying. That's what we think immediately.
No,
yeah, we've been laughing about that for 6 years.
Trust me. People, but the people that say that the microphone is broken.
Okay, she all right, so saying I'm on PC, which I don't know how, or she Franberry sounds like a girl name. Whatever, could be a boy. Who knows? But it says stop talking about that shit. I'm on PC. All right, now to be honest, I have a microphone connected to my PC, and that's what I'm talking through now. But if I didn't have one that worked, then that would be a thing for me,
It's a Discord app. It's super easy. Or /Flat Earth.
Yeah, but microphones are pretty cheap these days. So
it's not a we're not going to kick you out because you don't have a microphone or anything. You can listen and participate as long as you're listening. You can participate in live stream voice text. We don't mind that, but microphones are cheap, man. Microphones are cheap.
Everybody, just be easy and lighten up. Don't worry. We're just joking around. We're just saying Dollar Store has mics, just put it out there.
Sure. And most of the time people like say, well, I don't have a microphone. And it's really just a cop out, but it may not be the case for this person, for Franberry, but, they just don't want to talk. They just want to listen. That's okay. Whatever. Right. Listen, participate.
It's all good. It's all good. But, the topic of the shape of the Earth is interesting. Uber just came across it not too long ago. So this video is kind of like really convincing. There is, however, Uber, maybe you may or may not know, a group of individuals who are set against, they love to hate Flat Earth. They love to hate it. As in, they wake up every day and they try to weasel in arguments and make videos and do everything they can in their power to thwart Flat Earth as much as they can possibly.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. It's like that Fortes
guy. The Flat Earth. Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah, there's a roster of these characters. I mean, yeah, they're sprinkled all over YouTube. So
they're paid shills.
Yeah, you don't need to go far. And most of these guys, they really just want to have a YouTube and a following and make some coin off of your views. So they're not really
like actually paid to distract us.
Yeah, they're not in it for the actual truth seeking. They're just in it for money. So, yeah, that's what it is. We're up against that. We're up against controlled opposition. Outside of being the anti-flat earthers, we have controlled opposition, which is people that say they're flat earthers, but they're the Flat Earth Society, and they don't follow the same things that we do and such, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And they're even sprinkled around everywhere.
Yeah, I'm aware of this.
There's like a minefield of like wrong information, but needless to say, you have hopped in the right place. So this is the place to be if you're going to be learning more about flat Earth. We engage in topics. A lot of people in here are very seasoned in the discussion, and we've advanced the argument so far that we don't need to reify any models. We don't need to bring up things that are going to build up a straw man for flat Earth. We strictly go off of just basically saying, hey, if you can provide the curve, we'll give you the ball. No curve, no ball, right? So, and that's what we do. We prove it to everybody. We have a method and a way to do it. Very simple. There is a line of sight test that anyone can do very easily. And I mean, we can show you the method. It's pretty simple. And you can test it and repeat it and keep duplicating it. Teach it to your friend, and you and your friend can do it. And, you can verify that the Earth isn't a globe by way of measurement.
Right on. Measurement, which is what the globe does not have.
I've got a question.
Go ahead, Uber.
Is Eric Dubay legit?
He's got some videos, and people have said things about him, but needless to say, a lot of people have come to know the flat Earth because of him. So I don't like, there's labels and things that people have. I don't know. Like even Mark Sargent and like other people that are saying things that aren't consistent with flat Earth, but they still are saying about it. So they're still doing the work, needless to say, right? Like they're still out there. And so a lot of people are getting drawn in, but they're not coming to the full truth about it, right? They're just learning. It's like they still need to dig farther past than these, like I don't know what you call them, these talking heads. Like I don't know if that's a good word for them, but they're just like they're just famous people, because they're well known in certain circles. Go ahead, Clay.
I would say many roads lead to Rome.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's an English term, but in Germany we say that often. Viele Straßen führen nach Rom. Many roads lead to Rome.
I would agree with you, because it doesn't matter how you hear it. The challenge begins when you start saying that they're talking about something that the Earth isn't what mainstream is saying.
Right.
So once that happens, your mind is engaged, and then you can go anywhere from there. You can start looking at Eric Dubay or Mark Sargent or any of these other guys, right? But it'll still lead you to a deeper path, and you'll still want to know more. And eventually, you'll wind up here or someplace where people will be like really advanced in the discussion. So that would help you. So, yeah, I mean, people have their own ways of like talking about flat Earth, and they spice it up with other topics or whatever. But I don't know. Like I would say, look at the content of what they're putting out, like, because then that would also.
Well, I only saw his one video, The History of Flat Earth. I thought that was pretty good. He definitely exposed the Masonic agenda.
You can glean a lot of good stuff from it, but I would say this, like when you're a bit more involved, then you start becoming a bit more wanting to know about, like, okay, you just made a claim. Now I need to verify that claim. And so there's going to be a lot in the future where people say things and then you have to check it out, right? Otherwise, if you don't check it out, if you don't do research, if you don't verify that information, then you're just accepting whatever information you are consuming. So it doesn't matter what videos you see, you're just going to take them as something, you know what I mean? Like you're taking them on face value. And I think that's the wrong approach. I think you could glean a lot of good stuff from these videos, right? Like they talk about certain things that might spark more interest in your mind, but I wouldn't say just go ham on believing everything, because you do have to kind of put things to the test.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take what I can use.
Yeah, and then sift through it. Sift through the information. Just make sure that anything that you're taking on, that it's something that you can definitely verify. There's certain flat earth topics that people, like in the beginning, were saying that we don't say anymore, right? Like the ice ring around the flat earth. The ice ring. Like there's a ring of ice, like an ice wall surrounding the entire flat earth. Like there's certain things, there's components to where people, like in their argument, like they used to say these things, but they can't verify it. If they were able to, then they would be able to tell you, hey, look, there's an ice ring surrounding the flat earth. Now go and check it out. And people can hand you that information. So, you know what I'm saying? Even if it sounds logically consistent of what something like that would be, we don't know if like some parts could shore up to like a shore, or, it's not an ice wall. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't have to necessarily, it just has to be, the waters have to be contained. That's the only thing we do know for sure.
Right. But unfortunately, we can't verify that because the U.S. military will shoot you.
Hey, you know what? One of the TikTok segments Flat Earth Banjo had on his YouTube video was talking about how thunder works, and it has to be in a closed system. It has to create an echo.
Yeah.
So you can't do that.
But when you hear thunder, it's still local. People in Australia can't hear thunder from America.
Yeah, sound dissipates as it's. I mean, there's a lot of things to test that too.
Yeah, sure. And I want to say something about what you were saying, Mickey, about when you're in this discussion, and because what happens when like, what about this? What about the ice wall and all that? If someone brings up the ice wall, they're the one making the claim. I didn't claim anything about an ice wall. We're not talking about the ice wall. We're talking about the Earth. So that's a common. If you claim an ice wall, then you better be able to prove it.
Yeah. Or the dome.
The dome. Yeah, if you're claiming a dome, you better be able to prove it.
How many times have we heard this? Like over the, I would say this. I'll go so far as to say there is a lot of people still clinging to the dome right now. The conversation, they would still stand by.
Yeah, just like Jenny was saying. I mean, it's the sound bouncing off of the dome. Yeah. I don't think it is.
Right.
Because you can't. If lightning strikes here and we get thunder, people in New York can't hear it where I am in Arkansas. It's not.
So there's a lot of like within those videos that you would see, there's a lot of things taken too much on just like because that's what that flat earther thought. That's what sounds legit, right, in his mind. So he spoke about it on a video. So you're gonna hear people talk about like, yeah, well, the Earth's covered in a dome, and it's got an ice ring, and you hear a lot of these things, and it's like you start to think, right, because if you're very inquisitive, you're like, okay, how am I gonna check that out? Well, I don't have to because the Earth's flat. No, you do. Like, where is it? Because you just claim it's a claim that somebody made. It's just like the globe Earth, right, makes a whole bunch of claims that are none of it can be verified, right? That gravity's holding the air that you and I breathe, the pressure air holding it in to the Earth, right? So there's claims, right? These claims, if they're not verified, you can't take them on as like something you can use in a discussion to somebody talking about like flat and globe, because they could easily turn around and tell you, okay, so you said it was a dome. Like, how do you know it's a dome? Well, it just is. No, you can't do that.
So don't make the mistake of claiming something as a flat earther that you can't prove. But we can definitely prove that the Earth is a level stationary plane. And we've done that for years now. So,
I mean, a lot of it is also globe tactics, because when you're talking about gas pressure and it needs a container of some sort, they like to quote unquote strawman the dome. So we have to talk about it. That is also one thing I've noticed. The same with the ice ring. Like, water needs some sort of shoreline, or else it would just flow out, So they say, oh, someone has mentioned an ice wall, then we strawman the ice wall, make claims about that, tactics.
Yeah, sure. But Helio, you want to talk about, because I know Helio's got a mind for this.
No, sure. I mean, the shoreline. I mean, it's just like, can you fall? Like people say, well, if the Earth was flat, you can fall off the edge. No, can you fall off the edge of a lake? No, you can't. Now, as far as the extents of the oceans, people have been doing that for as far as recorded history, human history, as we know. And nobody's ever, gone to the edge, or I mean, in the globe model or whatever, they say, well, it's just Antarctica, and then you just go. But nobody's done that, and people have attempted it, or I don't know why you would. As people like, well, flat earthers, get an airplane or a boat and go to Antarctica and show us the edge. It's like, you first, man. That's hard. It's you're gonna die.
Logistically, yeah, it's pretty difficult. I'm not saying that it's impossible; it'd just be difficult.
Yeah.
But the people have done this, and there's a lot of mistakes. Even like I said, flat earthers will still hang on to these things. So just make sure as you're onboarding information, you're doing due diligence. Like Quetz was talking about, that yes, we have to talk about a container because waters are contained. We know that, right? But when they mention you have to make the distinction between what an antecedent is. So an antecedent is something that is necessary. Yep. It's necessary for the other component to be applicable. So if I say we have gas pressure that you and I are breathing, right? Because the air has pressure. Well, in order for that to be true, there needs to the air needs to be contained that you and I are breathing. The air needs to be pressing against the walls of its container in order for there to be pressure. That's the only way to attain pressure consistently, and you can prove that, right? So that can be proven. You need a container to attain pressure in any sense. Even if, let's say, you have a cup of water, it is a container still. So if you didn't have that cup and you were pouring water on a table, it would just go everywhere. But once you put a glass there, it actually holds water, and it has volume, and it has depth, and it has pressure. But if you didn't have that cup, you wouldn't have none of that. So water needs to be contained, air needs to be contained in order for there to be pressure. So that's the necessary antecedent for gas pressure as a container. The other step beyond that is what the shape of that container is, which is some people are claiming dome. Now you have the same thing when you start talking about antecedents to the water being contained. Well, they say it has to be an ice ring. No. It just has to be contained. We don't know how it's contained. It could be shores, it could be beaches. We don't know. It just has to be contained. That's the only thing that we know for the waters, right? And so that makes more sense than saying I'm claiming an ice ring. No, I'm claiming a container. That's what I'm saying, because water has to be contained in order for there to be depth and volume and such.
Right. That's the antecedent. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That should make sense to most people, but then they try to argue against that.
Yeah. You don't need that other stuff that people, well, it has to be an ice ring. No, it don't. Like, you have to really go back to how we exclaim, because
or it has to be a dome, even with
freaking dome, man. That dome has been plaguing us for a while. But if it is a freaking dome, if it's a dome, right? Like that's great, but we don't know that. So
I mean, and when you claim the dome, they say, "Well, what about the differential pressure as you move higher in the atmosphere?"
Yeah.
It's like you still have positive pressure. So, and where does the gas pressure come from? Comes from, or where do the gases come from? They're created by Earth. Mm-hmm. So, of course, it's going to be higher pressure near the surface because it's constantly created. It's constantly created from Earth. Is there any freaking air molecules coming from outer space to Earth? No.
Right.
So
I mean, a global would disagree, because they say that asteroids hit us all the time and just burn up in the upper atmosphere.
When was the last time an asteroid hit us?
Yeah, I'm just saying that they would say that they would disagree that it's only introduced as Earth.
Well, I'm just telling you that when they say something like that, ask them when the last time an asteroid hit Earth. And they really don't have an answer. They can make shit up, like a lot of people do, but
I used to have a discussion with people talking about the you remember the that Russian they call it that asteroid that was flying over Russia, was busting up windows and that when it was
I remember seeing that.
Oh yeah, that went viral.
Well, they said that was, remember, they were all about it, man. It wasn't like 2017. I can't remember. It was 2018 or something. Because I do remember they were coming in here with that. All right, man, did you guys see? You guys didn't see the asteroid that hit, and of course, there's the thing that's leaving a smoke trail and busting up windows and burning people as it was like as it hit the certain what do you call it? The certain part of the atmosphere, it
kind of exploded before it hit the ground. Yeah.
And so what it did that bright intense heat that it came off, it gave people sunburn and people were, they felt the effects of that heat. But they said that was an asteroid or something that fell to the Earth. And the thing about that one is that people were claiming that hit the Earth. And that they fell into a lake or something? Was that like an ice lake or something like that? Anyway, and the thing was and I'm telling people, did anybody have footage of this thing going from the sky to the ground, then picking up the smoldering rock? No one's ever done that. To claim that, whatever, they can take a picture of something in the sky and then cut to footage of something on the ground, but they're never going to see it smoldering or smoking or, they're just gonna. There's never
when Superman came to Earth,
yeah, they see the freaking at the big trench that it made when it was impacting Earth. It's stupid. I mean,
nobody.
Other thing, you gotta think okay. So you take a look at these craters, right? The way they say the crater that what was that big one? That there's a big
one in Arizona.
Is it the one in Arizona? I'm thinking. Well, they say that because it got hit, it got struck because of the way it was coming in. But you see other things that are flying in here, like that one in Russia. It was flying over the sky. It didn't hit straight down. It was going sideways, it was going across. So what happened? It didn't strike because imagine the speed at which those things are going. It doesn't matter where the Earth was spinning. It would strike it it would in a millisecond. Boom! It would just hit directly, straight down. It doesn't fly across the Earth. You know
that's a good point. That's a really good point. I actually never thought about it like that.
Yeah, you gotta think. This is what they say, right? The official claim, because they show you craters on the Earth and look at this massive crater that an asteroid did. And you're like, dude. What are you saying? Okay, this thing got struck straight down, as if it didn't, because if it was coming in sideways, like the one in Russia, supposedly it would do like that Superman when he landed, it would leave a big trench, all the way, you know what I'm saying? A really long trench. And then you could say, at the end was a big pile of dirt where it actually stopped. You don't see that. That's not how they hit. According to what they say, they strike fast and hard. And they sometimes explode on it before they hit the ground. But this is they get these ideas kind of mixed up. Yet this other one struck the ground. It was and then this one fell in the ice or I don't know, some kind of weird stuff. But they make up things to kind of suit their needs of how they want to propose, spaces and that. So just beware, because there's a lot of things that they don't. If you don't think about it. They'll get you on it. And I'm always hey, you want to say that that's an asteroid that fell to the Earth? Did you do uncut footage that you followed it all the way down? Because, I mean, anybody could say that that rock in the ground is an asteroid, and I could point to it and make you believe it. So what? Doesn't mean anything. It just means I'm making stuff up. That's it. How are you going to prove that thing came from an unknown location? There's no way to prove that. I mean, if there's a rock in a certain area and it doesn't belong there according to what you think, how do you know that? What if that rock has always been there? Or maybe somebody put it there? There's a bunch of crazy stuff, man. A bunch of, hooey that they bring in. But it's funny when they talk about like how they strike the Earth. So yeah, that's another thing to think about, man. It's like asteroids that are coming in at the speeds that they're saying that they're going, because they talk about these ridiculous speeds. There's no way that they would wrap around the Earth and, do parabolic curves and follow, like some kind of gravitational pull until it strikes Earth. It would go straight into and plunge into Earth, according to how fast they say that these things are traveling. So they got a lot of stuff, man, but they want to make sure that they're covering all their bases. So they say all things can happen. You can have that event and then the one where they strikes really quick under the Earth. I don't know. This is kind of the weird stuff that they say.
Yeah, I'm trying to find I found a picture of the Arizona crater, but I for some reason I can't figure out how to share it here. But anyway, yeah, you're right. A direct impact that leaves no evidence that it was an asteroid or a meteor at all. So what are you supposed to believe about that crater? Now I've heard some other opinions about it, where it's like when you have a bubble and it bursts, like it's like a lava bubble or something. It bursts and it leaves. That's just it's another thing to take a look at. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not making a claim about it, but the idea that the craters that we see on Earth or the Moon are caused
people don't often believe stuff.
There's shitloads of there's mud volcano. About it. Well, I mean, what do you mean by mud volcano? Which one? Talking about in modern times?
Yeah, type it into YouTube. You'll see.
Talking about like Mount St. Helens.
No, I'm not even talking about an actual volcano. This is actual just mud spewing up from the ground, like it's bursting forth, like mud. And then there's sand. There's one that does sand. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff that people don't realize. It's really like this Earth is like it's mysterious, man. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's happening that's really happening. Truth is stranger than fiction, man. I guarantee it.
That's true.
Let me get the video of that sundog. Or let's see. Let me pull it up.
Find a mud volcano GIF here. Let's see.
There is some in Yellowstone, at least from my YouTube Google search. Mud volcano area.
Yeah, check it out. You put one of those videos up. If you don't mind.
Oh, it's actually just a picture, but I can see YouTube after that.
Okay.
Where's that from, Tim? Trippy.
That picture should be from Yellowstone. Yeah, as far as I could tell.
Really? That's in Yellowstone?
Here there is Asia's largest mud volcano, Balochistan or something like that. I think it's a Pakistan. I can link that video.
Yeah, that's not in Yellowstone. I was going to say.
No, that picture should be from Yellowstone, as far as I could tell. But this is because I made a YouTube search on mud volcanoes, and there was this one in Pakistan, and there is a little video.
Oh, okay. No.
Here, let me show you guys. Let me show you guys some weird things that you probably would never even know is happening. Check this out. I don't know if you're still in here. I'm gonna put some videos in here. Live stream voice text. Check that out. Check out that crown flash that I put in there.
Let's see.
Oh, that's cool.
What is that?
The crown flash of the sun.
Yeah, I have seen this before.
Yeah, it's kind of an old video. Here, let me see.
Yeah, I definitely haven't seen one in real life, but I'm pretty sure that I have come across something like this before on the interwebs.
Do you know how they work?
I can't remember.
Holy
but
shit.
It's definitely amazing.
Who here lives in Sweden?
I live in Denmark.
Live in Denmark?
Close enough.
The thing about Denmark is that, well, we don't really have any elevation. We're like 20 meters above sea level at all points in Denmark, pretty much. But Norway and Sweden, they have mountain ranges and stuff like that.
Right.
Johannes is there. Johannes, tell me if this video is exactly what people would see over there. Now look at the halo on that, the sun halo. This is all legit, man. This is stuff people can witness. That actually happens.
Fucking trip. I've never seen that before.
Look at that. It's beautiful, man. Like to see it, like in all its glory.
Yeah, that's insane.
Out, man.
Man, that's wild.
What?
This happened in Florida. Wow.
It's just like it's like light dancing on top of the clouds.
Yeah. Have you've never seen that, Helio?
I've seen some trippy shit in Arkansas, but I've never seen anything like that.
There's another one, I think, of a guy on a bike. See if I can find that one.
I wonder how this happens.
Ground flash. That's freaking crazy, man.
Yeah, there's a better one than that. Let me see if I can find it. It's pretty old, though, the video. I don't know. Might not be up anymore.
Some pretty cool Sundog videos, but I had never seen anything like the crown flash that you just showed. That's trippy, man. Wow, look at that. That's the best Sundog I've ever seen. Holy
Isn't that crazy?
That's wild, man. Look at all those people that are like, I can't believe the sky looks like that. Shit, that's insane, bro. I wish there was a longer video of it. That's freaking insane.
Oh, here's the video. I found it. It's got 4 million views, so it's pretty old. This one's even better. It's the same phenomena, but this is better. Check this one out. That one's gonna blow your mind, Helio. If you thought that first one blew your mind, check this one. It's the same phenomena.
Where's this taken from?
Oh yeah, I've definitely seen this one before. That's
Indiana.
insane.
Greenwood,
Indiana? Oh,
Yeah.
cool. That's not too far from me.
Yeah, check that out. This is the trippiest one I've ever seen.
That's amazing. So they both happen behind clouds.
What is really amazing about this is it's not just a flash. Like you can see this thing moving, and it's just standing there, and then it moves some and go forward and back. This is the trippy part about it. It's not just like a flash because lights come past the skies or the clouds or anything like that. It's actually something that is going on.
It's almost like nobody can make that happen. You know, this little.
Yeah.
I mean, it could look a little bit like a dancing electrical charge, not making any claims, but yeah.
Wow. Well, it's like people say, hey, don't look up. Hey, you bet there was a movie that came out last year called Don't Look Up. Did you guys watch that one? And it was about, it was an apocalyptic story of the some freaking meteor going to destroy the earth. Don't look up. But look up. The sun is right there. The clouds are right there. This is why the mysteries of Earth. This is why we're here. We're asking about the mysteries of Earth. Now, if they think that that their heliocentric idea has solved the mysteries of Earth, and all the astrophysicists, PhDs, and they'll be like, "No, we ain't figured shit out yet." They'll
this
tell
guy
you.
sounds like you, Helio.
Who?
The guy in this video I'm looking.
Oh, the next
That's
one.
Another Crown Flash video.
Well, I wasn't even listening to the audio. I was just watching the video.
No, this new one I put up.
Well, I'm going to listen to it.
What the hell?
Oh, shit. I might as well play it over the speakers. Listen.
I hope it's getting it on the camera. I can't even see the screen. Holy shit. What in the hell?
This is
bizarre. You see that?
It's got palm trees there, so it must be like in either Florida or California.
See that cloud right there? See that bright spot? Now watch at the top in that little V where that bright spot is. Watch that bright spot jumping around. I see that.
Maybe we should get a hold of that weather dude in Chicago to tell us what the crown flashes are. The guy that told us that Chicago was a mirage from Michigan.
Well, I just posted a quote from Wiki, so I, of course, take it with a grain of skepticism, but it's something about refraction, tiny ice crystals, and electrical field around the clouds. But, again, I don't know. I'm just trying to see what they have written about it.
But do the quote-unquote experts know? Really?
No, I mean, it's a hypothesis so far. I mean, no.
Sure.
As far as I can see, no one really knows what's going on.
It's really part of our experiences to try to understand it, but we don't have to believe in all mainstream nonsense about the explanations. Because an explanation is an explanation, right? Like, do you believe my explanation of this? He was like, well, it happens because you can make anything up, And he's like, well, I think your explanation makes the most sense, but I believe you. So your explanation makes the most sense, and I believe you. That's how a religion starts. Then so if you're dedicated to that idea, then someone comes up and says, well, here's my explanation. This is that sounds really good. So I'm torn between the two explanations. It's like we don't have any physical evidence. So how about we look at the crown flash and be like me and probably Miggy too. I have no idea why that's happening.
Same.
Like, I believe you, because I don't fucking know what it is either.
I mean, it's going to be hard to do quote-unquote science on it because they would have to replicate a cloud, the electrical field around the cloud, at least for the hypothesis to work, and then also replicate make some sort of sun source. Yeah, there's a lot of things that they can't do, so that's why, as you said, it's just an explanation. for what they think it is.
Hey, it seems like it's happening like during a sunset, and it's obviously a very cloudy day, right? I mean, you won't capture that crown flash if there's not clouds in the sky, right?
Is that a sunset?
Or it's near sunset because the sun is obviously further away, because you can see the top of the clouds are highly lit, and the denser the cloud layer, you don't see. You only see that crown flash happening at the top of the cloud layer, right? You don't see it happening inside the clouds. You only see it happening on top, where there's where everything else is bright. This is another proof for a local sun, is because you can only see, especially on a cloudy day, you can only see where the sun is, or not where the sun is, because nobody knows where it is. Talking about directionally, you can tell where the sun is, because I can see the sun if it's we get a lot of cloudy days here in Arkansas. If on a really good cloudy day, one part of the sky is lit up by the sun, the clouds, and the other clouds they're not highlighted, they're not lit up. Only where I see the sun, that's where the clouds are lit up, right? So that's just me standing outside looking from one side to the other.
I think it's even more with moonlight. The moonlight.
Well, yeah, it's as obvious. Same thing. Yeah, same thing. And that's what really, after I rejected Flat Earth I think I was talking about it last night. After I rejected Flat Earth for a long time, once I took a look at it and I walked outside and I saw the sun in the sky and I saw the clouds, there ain't no way that sun is 93 million miles away. It was just like it hit me all at once. It was like, yeah, so I'm fascinated with that. It's like every time I walk outside and see the sun, I know for a fact it cannot possibly be what they say it is. And especially if there's, well, not especially, not anymore for me, but I'm just telling you how you can see the sun the way that I when I figured this out, on a cloudy day, and exactly right, Tim, it works the same way with the moon. It's the moon's local too. It lights up a portion of the sky.
If you go, for example, in the last one from Storm Hour, if you click on that YouTube link, he has described the day and the weather and the humidity. He says the weather was beautiful, temperature low mid-90s, humidity around 80%, winds 10 to 50 miles per hour. And then he adds, the clouds took about 40 minutes to become a dark thunderstorm cloud, and about an hour or so before it produced thunder. So it might be something, as the wiki said, about the electrical field around clouds before, for example, a thunderstorm or something like that. Like I'm just playing around with what is written down, but yeah. If it always happens before a thunderstorm, I mean, we could maybe drive the line towards that. It's definitely something electrical, maybe. You know what I mean? Again, I don't know. I'm just playing around with the words that has been described about the day and what the hypothesis is.
It's hard to tell when you're just standing on the ground looking at what we just saw in the videos there. What causes that? Nobody knows. And as a matter of fact, I don't think it comes up, with meteorologists and just like, hey, we'll take a look at the radar, and then they stand in front of a green screen going, hey, tomorrow's weather is it? They don't really pay attention to that shit. Most people don't.
Yeah.
Weatherman's a hell of a job. They get to be consistently wrong all the time, almost every time.
Yeah, they get paid. They get paid good to be wrong. That's really weird. Now, what's even weirder is astronauts get paid to be right, even though they're fooling the public. So, and that goes for Hollywood actors, which astronauts are.
They're paid to lie, but like weathermen, you just be wrong. It's not the same.
Well, but I ain't gonna lie though. I live in Arkansas. We've had a lot of tornadoes. When they tell you, all right, within like 8 hours, if they tell you a tornado is probably going to hit here, I believe them because it usually does. But they don't, outside of that, 8 to 12 hours, they don't necessarily know where it's going to hit, but they know it will because of the weather systems. And so if they tell you need to freaking hunker down, I mean, just like with the hurricane in Florida, the other day, you better. It's better to just take cover, in case it does happen, because that's when I believe the weatherman. When they say a tornado's coming, I believe them. And because I've had tornadoes, dude. I've had tornadoes right next to me like my whole life. So it's just like if they, I mean, they can't predict tornadoes, a week ahead of time, but within a day, it's like, yeah, we're gonna definitely have some tornadic activity in this area. It's like, shit, I live there, so I better start making some preparation. And it usually happens that way. They can predict that shit within 24 hours. They know where a tornado's going to hit.
Yeah, something like that's kind of important. And I was going to say it peeves me because I wake up and check the weather to see which car I should drive, my spotless muscle car or, the rain car, the daily driver. And there's a lot of days I could have drove the nice car, and they got it completely wrong for me. Well, one of them I drive in the rain and tries to kill me, so no thanks.
But yeah, I mean, it's just like, did the people in Florida not believe the weatherman? And be like, no, there ain't no hurricane coming, bitch. I think they believed the weatherman. And if they got out of there, it was a good idea.
It helps to see the visualization, that Doppler radar, if it's literally right over.
That was really bad. It's really bad. Shit. This is one of the worst hurricanes I've seen in a long, long time. I feel bad for people that live like where was it? It was south of Tampa. What was the name of the big city? There was another bay down there below Tampa. Got hit. Fort Myers, I think, is what it was. They got hit. The storm surge there was crazy. I don't think we can even see all the damage yet. They got hit. So I believe the weatherman sometimes.
Yeah, I got a question to switch gears here. Do you guys ever address the question as to why the authorities cover up Flat Earth?
Oh, you're talking about why would they lie?
Yeah. Do you ever address that question?
Okay, let me ask you this, a counter question, if I may. Humor me. Could you build a court case on...
No, you got me wrong. I know the reasons why they do it, but that's beyond the scope of this video.
But none of us knows the entire thing. So I mean, it's not. We don't just discount the question altogether. So, Kiwi, do you want to go ahead and finish?
Well, the main thing I want to address is the idea that we have the evidence, right? And when you have evidence and you're willing to proceed with a court case, right? And we keep it on the level of saying court case level, pardon intended, to say that. If you have the evidence, I don't even need to theorize as to why. We can just proceed right to trial because your witnesses, they're pretty weak in the sauce.
Hey, but if you look at the powers that be, there's a connection there. So there is a reason, but there are many reasons, and depending on who has power at what time and whatever reason they manipulated the population into believing this space nonsense and all that kind of shit. You can find out for yourself why they would lie and manipulate you, but it's, there's so many avenues to go down, so it's almost an impossible question to answer for people that have that much power.
Right. So you guys just focus on the evidence. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's probably the best.
But it's also, it's a fun study if you look into the powers that be and their connections to corporations and different royal families across Europe and Asia and all that shit. So that's a bigger question when you ask it than you might want to get into. So it's a simple, simple answer is just like, why would they lie? It's just for power. It's for power and influence. It's not necessarily about money. It's just for power and influence. They look at themselves as the rulers of the world, and that's, they don't have to have a reason to lie. Half the time, they probably don't even know they're lying because they have consorts, and all that kind of shit. Other people lie for them.
It's pretty simple. I mean, everybody's known somebody in their life who was pathological. They didn't need a reason to lie. They just lied for the sake of lying, right?
Exactly, Lou. Yeah.
All governments are pathological.
Mm-hmm. And the big thing is, and last night the idea of a cult was brought up. Today the idea of a cult was brought up. Now the main thing to remember is a cult collects under an idea of like practice or whatever the hell you have. There's three things that we gather ourselves under this umbrella, right? The idea umbrella, if you want to call it that. It's that the curvature hasn't been measured and it doesn't present itself anywhere. Gas needs a container. And the last part is the apparent bin has not been detected, right? So when you have, a series of individuals who collect under that common observation, the ideas that come out from that collection is one thing, right? We can theorize and theory craft all day long. It's a video game if you want, right? But to collect under, and that's the bare essence, the foundation of our house is that those are the three things that we observe and we stick to no matter what.
Yeah, I get it. 100%.
I don't know if JQ's available for a chat, but I'd love to know what Children of the Corn Rise Up. What does that exactly mean? So it's a profound statement. I'd love to hear you verbally back it up.
Can they spell it with a K?
I have no idea. I'm just to come to a place that is publicly broadcasted to multiple places and to make a statement like that. It has depth. It has meaning to him, obviously. So I'd love to hear what the verbal backup is because his roles don't give us any identifier as to who he is as a person. So please speak on it. I'm the one with the sad clown in my face. Oh, did he leave? Nice. Oh no, he's still here. My bad.
Also, nice name, JQ.
What happened? Where'd everybody go?
We're still here.
The 3 points shut down conversation.
I thought my speakers went out. My bad.
Anything to talk about concerning the reality we live in?
Yeah, I had a little thought run through my head. I typed it in chat earlier this afternoon. But they talk about this curve, right? And that the ship goes over the curve and we see the ass end of the ship as it goes away. Well, if that same curve was in the same spot that it's supposed to be in, wouldn't we first see the front of that ship go up and then over to show us its ass? Huh?
Well, I mean, isn't the idea that we are all standing at the apex or the top of the ball and everything is dipping away? So the front of the boat wouldn't really, go up over? I don't know. Maybe optically it would.
You see the conundrum though, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a hard one to wrap your head around, I feel. But yeah, I mean, even if everything was dipping away, I guess it still would be. Yeah, I mean, it would be pointing more up before it went down, I guess.
It's kind of like the premise that I'm over here on the eastern side of the United States, standing at the top of that globe, and somebody else is over on the west coast of the United States, sitting at the top of their globe. Where does the actual curve actually begin and end? Because if he's at the top over there and I'm at the top over here, and somebody in Australia is on top too, but they're down under. I know when I'm going up over the top of a hill, I can see the incline as I'm going, driving up the road. And then I crest. And I'm sure the people behind me see the front end of my car at some point. If they're stopped in a stationary location looking at my car go up the hill, they see the front end of my car.
I get. I mean, I'm not saying that it's a ball. I'm just saying let's give them the size of benefit of doubt in this one. I can't wrap my head around. I see what you're saying, but my little human brain can't wrap it around.
Yeah, I'm just verbalizing it for myself. Actually, you know what I mean. Rally. I know you guys understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It just some of the logic doesn't fit. I even thought about refraction too. Maybe that's part of it.
This video I just posted in chat, a guy over on EA tried to use this video as a proof that things can be lifted up over an obstruction. If you take a still picture like 25% into it and 75% into it, you can see what he means, because there is this pink thing that is coming into view at some point. But what he forgot was that the camera is the thing that he claim is obstructed is actually still within the camera's lens, because it is just like, I mean, half of the camera's lens is beneath that thing when it is lined up with that obstruction, but the other part is still within, and he has a candle underneath, and that candle is producing some extreme heat, and that could cause some magnification, but there is still nothing that has been lifted up over the obstruction. It has just been magnified so that we can see it, but it was always in the view of the camera, if you know what I mean. Like one of the global arguments against that coin over the tabletop, it's kind of the same concept, where the camera is not under the tabletop. So even though the coin is obstructed at some point, their argument is that half of the camera is still over the tabletop. And it's kind of like the same argument I'm using here. Their logic to disprove their claim about light bending something up over an obstruction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that made sense. But I mean, if you look at that video, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I have seen it before. I got it open. I'm going to listen to it again.
Yeah, I mean, the main point is that half of the camera is under the obstruction, but half of the camera lens is above the obstruction. So it's actually always in view, even though we cannot see it. And when the magnification comes, the pink stuff, the pink line, is being magnified, and then we can see a little bit of it. But that's not a proof that the light has been bent up over anything, you know, where you can get a boat back in view, for example, because of bending light, or a building back in view because of bending light.
I see what you're saying.
If anything, it's a magnification because of the extreme heat. Yeah, there was just nothing in the program, so I just thought I would share that if anyone would look at it and find it maybe interesting, and maybe also a counter argument whenever people are saying that light is bending and lifting objects up over an obstruction. I have spent an hour or something like that today talking with Globos about if they really want to solidify this claim, they should find a hill, any hill on land. And sure, they might maybe have to wait for a rainy, sunny day or something like that to get the right weather conditions to get this picture. But show me a car that you know from a side view has left eyesight. It has been obstructed by the hill. And then with a front view, they somehow can get that thing back in view. You know what I mean? Like, that would really solidify their claim, because it happens all the time. Like maybe several days or weeks, every single day, something where we see too far, you know. So it's not a rare phenomenon in their worldview. So it shouldn't be that hard to find it over land, somewhere with a real hill where we know this is a real physical obstruction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I did.
But all he did was obfuscating, evading, and then sending me this video, which I then had to spend time breaking down, which I did for you guys 2 seconds ago. But overall, like the conclusion was that he had nothing on it, and he definitely wasn't ready to go out and see if he could find that $1 million shot,
Right. It still becomes the perspective of the camera, and without the camera being manipulated, it can't do or not do what it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of like the pick up the pen. That's how they describe gravity. Oh, they drop a pen. You first have to do the action, and as the camera zooms, that's the action that kind of like manipulates it.
Yeah, I mean, it also kind of shows that the level of quote unquote evidence is very low because, oh, look at this, I see the pink. Without any additional thought, I just claim that this is light bending up over an obstruction without considering the factors like the camera lens is still above the obstruction, the flat baseline, the extreme heat from the candle. Where do we see this? Sure, sunlight down to a body of water or something like that, but it's still extreme heat. Like what they're doing is they're putting the extremes together. They even take this acrylic glass above to contain the heat, so it's really, really extreme. Like it's I don't know what my point is, but the level of evidence. It's not level of evidence. What is? There is a word. Can't find it right now. Damn it, that annoys me. But there is a word that would describe it. But they accept whatever aligns with their what they're trying to explain.
So it's still something that they manipulate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the manipulation because if what they produced was actually what they said it would be, but
Are you talking about confirmation bias?
Exactly, the confirmation bias is very low when it contains things that confirms their worldview. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for exactly. But I don't know about the manipulation. I mean, that's kind of in the process of experimenting with stuff. See if we can reproduce what the claim is or what the effect we are seeing over water or anything like that. I don't mind that. But when he is concluding something and not accounting for factors, like I said, the camera lens is above, the extreme heat, the acrylic glass to contain this extreme heat to really make it, again, extreme, like that. Yeah, it just annoys me spending time on stuff like that. But I guess it is important at some point to break down many of these small things because they could show this to someone who might not have the thought process of someone else, and they would just, oh shit, light is bending and showing that thing without accounting for the factors.
There's too many depending variables.
Exactly.
If it didn't happen, then the whole shit and caboodle's out the window.
Yeah, exactly. But again, like my main mission that today was just like, I mean, if this happened, if the object is being lifted up over an obstruction, this should be able to be produced over land with an obstruction we know is physical. We know 100% is physical,
Right.
Because most evidence or observation we have with, for example, inferior mirages and superior mirages, it is over like a hot road, which is straight. It's over like humid water or something like that, but nothing conclusive for their part, for their side.
Exactly. Just more obfuscation.
Yeah.
I can't say the word. More their chaotic rhetoric.
Yeah. I mean, this is again whenever they show pictures of compressed water, refraction, or anything like that is obstructing some building, they're cherry picking it. They're not choosing the 20 other images that they would have gotten throughout that week where you're seeing the shoreline. It's just cherry picking to bait you into a conversation and making claims or anything like that, so they can quote unquote laugh at you or aha, got you in the moment or something like that. It's just baiting.
Even in the Mirage sense, just speaking of Mirage, wouldn't the environment have to be exactly the same to show the same image across the span of a level space to be able to reproduce it over and over again? Because what I'm understanding refraction to be is it changes with the wind. It changes with the color of the sky. It changes
conditions.
Yeah. You can't perform refraction the same exact way 2 times in a row.
No, exactly.
Am I wrong in thinking that?
No, at least not from. No. I don't think you're saying too much. They're like completely right, because the conditions would have to be exactly the same to get the exact same end result, and that would be really hard. But yeah, this is also why we see different things throughout a single day. Like there is this great GIF that they often show here. Let me see if I can find it.
But yeah, like there's many of people who have done the same observations and recorded the same effects. Different days, different months, different years, repeatedly with the same exact result.
Yeah, I love this GIF. I mean, this is just a single day, and then you're seeing all this,
Mm-hmm.
And Globers like to say that, oh, look at these buildings, they're being lifted up and stuff like that. But if you're looking really close, they are not being lifted. They're actually stretching, if anything, magnification plus some, I guess, miraging and all these other things. But there is no sign of anything being lifted up above and any obstruction.
Like how they cherry pick the distorted view of the boom arm in the one platform in the white swan or the black swan.
Yeah, they focus on that thing alone. But I mean, if you take this GIF and you take where the water is the highest, that would be the picture they would show you. Oh, look at this. The entire little village or whatever it is gone. They would not show you when the water is below and you can see into the shoreline. This is the cherry picking I was trying to talk about before. Like,
right. Yeah, I see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm glad I'm on the same page with somebody else. It's just amazing that you could their canned speech becomes so verbatim no matter who's telling it. That no matter how they try to season it, it's just the same.
Yeah.
They're one sentence, little plucks at this and little plucks at that. It's show me the damn curve, damn it.
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Hey guys, just wanted to jump in right quick and say hi to Mandela. I noticed his mic was open. Not sure if you're able to chat, my friend, but are you around, my friend, for a chat?
What's going on, guys? Yep.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for asking.
You're back, right? Mandela, you're
What'd
back.
you say?
You're back. This ain't your first time, right?
Yeah.
Right on, right on.
Handfuls of times.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. And what are you saying about the realm that we're hanging out on?
What do you mean? Be more specific.
What are your observations? What do you think about the shape of it?
Well, I definitely think it's flat, especially after being in this Discord. I went on and off for years. I first found out about it in like 2016-ish.
Awesome.
And yeah. And then it wasn't until like a year and a half ago or so that I really got convinced. And then a few weeks ago now, I got in here and listened to you guys talk and saw really good, substantial information. And now it's like 100% for me.
Hello. Appreciate the engagement, man.
Yeah, and I've said this before, but I mostly appreciate the rigor of you guys of being logically consistent, intellectually honest. It's a lot to learn for people that have that kind of mind.
I missed these last 2 minutes. What happened?
I was just saying, what's up?
What's up?
What up?
Stop. Sorry, I was eating.
Hey, what's up, Felix?
Yeah, dude. And that I'll be 100% honest with you. Even with myself in my journey, it's literally just been the last few weeks where I've really honed in on the principles, like the three ideas where, like I keep saying, these things haven't been observed, and gas needs a container. It's the principles, right? And we build upon those principles, and that's where, as you say, the honesty comes from. And we always try to appeal to somebody's honesty and try to keep them intellectually honest, but you can only take somebody so far.
Depending on the individual, yep.
So what are y'all doing on this Saturday night?
Not really much. Just sitting here, chilling with you guys.
All right. Have a few cocktails, maybe puff on a few cigarettes.
I actually did pick up a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet, but I haven't opened it yet. I didn't feel like it, so it's just sitting there.
I went to the liquor store to get my son a bottle of Fireball, and they had a special on Jack Daniels. You get 2 free rocks glasses with the 5th, so I bought that.
You can never get too many glasses.
Right? Me and Jack ain't had a good sit down in a while.
I'm more a Jameson guy, to be honest. Even the cheapest one, it's a really good standard whiskey.
Yeah.
I feel Jack Daniels, you pay just a little bit too much. I don't know the prices in the USA, but in Denmark, I feel like you just pay a little too much compared to what you actually get.
I paid $26 for the 5th with 2 glasses.
Actually, that seems like approximately the same price. But compared like Jameson, the standard Jameson is like $7 or something like that cheaper, but I feel you are getting a much more steady. Not that we have to talk a lot about alcohol and stuff like that, but now that we're just chit-chatting a bit, yeah.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, right?
No.
Helio, do we got your confirmation? We could talk about a little whiskey here and there? Where is it? Oh, he went to get a cigarette or a smoke.
But when I do have to, what is it called? Be a little better. When I feel like paying a little more, like I go to rum. Like there is some really, really good rums.
I'm not big on the rum. I like the nice smooth whiskeys, dark.
There's this one. It's a $45 bottle or something like that. Rum Diplomatico. It's really smooth. Like
wow.
Anyone could drink this. Like yeah. That's my kind of go-to if I have to go, price class up on anything.
Yeah, if I want to feel like I'm treating myself or something like that, I'll get a 5th of Crown Royal.
Is that an American brand?
I guess it's just one of them. It's a little more in price, and it's a little more smoother to me, anyways.
I mean, yeah, there's so many, but if you like it, it's okay.
Canadian. Sorry, it's Canadian. That's why the whole thing with the crown.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I see it. The crown. Royal. Okay. I'm slow sometimes.
Hey, no stress, man.
I think a lot of it has to do with mood too. You know, the mood that you're in and where you want to take it. If you know yourself and your alcohol, you know what to drink to get you where you want to go.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. I mean, I rarely get tipsy or anything like that. It often just, end up with me having like 2-3 drinks or something like that, just so I can feel a little bit of some humming or something, but nothing special.
Yeah, that's just and that's one of the lighter moods. A couple cocktails on ice or whatever, however you like it. Get to that point, get a little happy going.
Yeah, I had a like 10-15 years where I smoked a lot of weed, but one day 4 years ago I just said no more, and I still miss it every single day. I'm not gonna lie, but when it really takes me, like that is when the whiskey or something like that comes out, and I drink a few, and to calm the nerves again, or whatever you can say.
Right. Yeah. Well, I got strung out by the time I was 20. I was sober for 17 years from the age of 20 to 37. I didn't start smoking weed and drinking again until 15 years ago or so. It's kind of still new to me, still learning about those moods and what alcohol will affect me, what way, and how far do I want to take something.
Yo, I just want to give a shout out to John again. He's in the chat on YouTube. What's up, John, in the chat? Old dude and I are talking to John in the YouTube chat, and he was just saying you cannot see the curve itself while on Earth. But yet, when we share pictures from space, it seems as though, actually, we'll go with this. I just got this one from Miguel yesterday. I love this one.
Because of the size. Is it too big, John?
Look at that.
Is it too big for you?
There's the edge.
Is that a concaver?
No, sorry. The horizon line. Sorry. Horizon, not the edge. I don't ever want to say that. Get my teeth kicked in. What'd you say? And again, we look at that, and man, it's like left to right.
I'm more curious when John has been in space and taking these pictures, confirming him by himself, because, yeah, that would be really interesting.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Because as far as I know, the limits of the public is like 120,000 feet with balloons or something like that, but and that is showing a completely straight horizon at a high level, yeah, I mean,
I personally don't think it would matter, no matter how high we could get. Somebody's going to say it's still too big.
Yeah, I mean, they use the same argument about when we're seeing too far, but how far are we actually seeing? Because according to, let's say, the Black Swan, with the horizon behind the oil rigs, like, we are talking about 10 times if we even count in refraction, let's just say 1000% refraction, then the horizon is still, according to the calculator, the horizon is still too far away. And we have gone to the extremes to actually play along with the globe idea here. So, I mean, how big is this globe?
So here's the thing. John says, and I'm going to speak to his comment, because of the size of the Earth, if you draw an imaginary circle around your perspective, it will look straight. Okay, so let's talk about that. The globe itself, as described by you guys, is an 8,000 mile diameter ball. It's a surface. That means it has an end. So something with a set end of 8,000 diameter, an 8,000 diameter mile, as you increase your altitude, that means go up in the air, the thing that you're looking at off in the distance called the horizon will start to present a geometric deformation. I'm going to call it a deformation because at this point, anything beyond left to right is a deformation. But what we see is not that happening. Because even up to that picture I just shared, 110,000 feet up, it still shows from left to right with a surface that is consistent with a ceiling and a ground that intersect.
But yeah, John, I mean, you should join the Discord. It would be much easier to have a conversation like that.
Yep. Fully agree. I've been inviting him in since, well, he was around earlier today. I was like, hey man, come by, you should join, chat with us. Present your stuff.
Yeah, unless people are straight up lying, it's very civil.
I mean, when somebody says something like that, at least they're admitting, they probably don't even realize it, but they're admitting that they observed the Earth to be flat. That's a good place to start.
Yeah, for sure. But again, the one with the ring around, he was saying that there was the horizon line and that would look flat. That is literally taking out of the quote-unquote globe script, you know. It's what they say is to be expected.
Isn't that more confirmation bias and affirming the consequent and all those such fallacies?
Yeah, I guess we could put them in that box. But I'm just saying that not because I want to play a shrink here or anything like that, but they are in the belief that whatever that explanation is, that is what they should expect. But then again, yeah, you are completely correct. It's yeah.
Captain Caveman, see in the chat. How are you, my friend? Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
So, Yeah, this John feller just loves to troll the frickin' YouTube chat. Get it? You guys are trying to be nice to bring him in here, but he's a pathetic loser.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get him in here for maybe not so much the conversation, but more for the content.
Hey, there's the magic C word, content creation. I like that one. What is it? Curating? I think it is for content. But I mean, at the end of the day, what I just finished saying in another server to Homer, actually, because Homer debated somebody today. It was pretty entertaining. In the art of war, it's always I believe one of the principles they teach is like being able to observe what the enemy is up to. And I think within debate, when you have two solid sides drawn, you have either it's flat or it's a globe. Being able to view what somebody is presenting as substance is a good thing. See what the arguments are.
Yeah, it's kind of there. If you click my name, there is this little note or something like that. No man is your enemy. No man is your friend. Every man is your teacher. It's kind of like in the same sense. Like you have to get quote unquote knowledge from all sides. Like if you're only taking one side, you will never get to the truth. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well stated, man. Very well stated. 2 ears.
And that sorry, but again, most flat earthers, it's not all of them. They know this because the common story is that no one saw a YouTube video and said, "Okay, I'm a flat earther." Most of them was like, "Fuck this shit. This is dumb as fuck." Okay, let me quote unquote debunk this shit. So I start to read about the globe, the heliocentric model. Like most people know a baseline of it. Some people know more, but they start to refresh their memory about what they have learned about all these kind of things. They start, it comes with a dimension. We go out in reality and holy shit, I'm seeing too far based on the calculations. Okay, this doesn't make sense. And then there is some cocktails. I don't want to accept it. But you keep digging. Maybe you get into a forum like this where you can talk with people who maybe are further than yourself, but at some point, base it on trying to debunk the globe, you just come to the realization that it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. And again, like also when you come in and you start to debate or talk with a lot of people who have not come to that realization, they often want to portray you as the one making all these kind of claims. Flat Earth has never been about proving a shape or anything like that. It has always been about dismantling the globe claims or the globe dimensions, the mainstream narrative. It has never been about proving the shape of the earth or what it is. Like it's more like, okay, these things doesn't add up, and from there on, sure, we progress and we start to look, but what is it then? But that is our speculation. This is our research. This is not about flat earth versus global earth at that point. We just know it's not a globe, so we start to dig, what is it? And we don't know everything. There is probably a lot more things that we don't know and we cannot give a conclusive answer on, but that doesn't keep us away from keep researching, keep learning. Just my 2 cents on that. Did I kill the vibe?
No.
Not at all, homie. Not at all. Not at all. Is there anybody in the chat with a globe? Yo, ball kicker, what's up, homie? I literally just clicked on like where you would be in the chat, like your chat box, and you popped up. It was weird. That's jokes. So Captain Caveman, I know, is new to the forum. Who else is here? That's new. Mandela already talked to you. You're cool. Mode for Truth guy. He's on Deafen though. Valued on the fence. All right.
I think those globies are scared, dude.
Scared of what? We're so nice. I don't know what there is to be scared of.
To be wrong. It's the biggest fear for these guys.
Just people. Just like, yo, do you see it? Because we don't see it. Give us something to look at, and we'll see if we see it.
They're literally not afraid of us. They're afraid of embarrassing themselves because they know they can't prove it. That's it.
And there is also a difference in this side compared to other places, is that when they come in here, they are actually being kept on point. They are not allowed to obfuscate and going out of tangents and all this kind of stuff. They are actually forced on the line, conceding that they actually don't know. It is or not believe. And if they still stand on, it's just a different place compared to many of the 100%. It's an open forum, but it's just different here. There is the standards is much higher here. That's what I'm trying to say, and that is also keeping the old globers away from coming again and again and again. Well, that is just my experience, at least. Yeah, thank you for that little gift, Kiwi. That was exactly the word I was grasping for when I was stumbling in my description of this place, holding him accountable.
No worries, man. Problem, reaction, solution. Problem, reaction, solution. See, the thing I like about the YouTube comments is you get to read the comments, like actually give them life. Somebody said in the YouTube chat, remember that flat earthers are allegedly adults. So great.
Yeah, they like going around with these kind of comments. Just try go on Facebook on any flat earth related group. There will be 90% globers in there just insulting and throwing comments like that around.
Yo, Tim.
What's up?
I'm replying to your message only for the context that you said it's my wallpaper now. Hold on.
It's a picture of the night sky.
No. It's the context. It's what you said, though. Hold on. It's my wallpaper now. I am Z Captain now. It's the first thing that came to my mind when I read your comment. I had to share it. I am Z Captain now.